Good morning. Ding ding. A little late. How's everyone doing? What's up, Dork? Yeah, I know. I got it up and running. Can we start this morning talking about how dumb short destroyer is? Like hot goss with my morning coffee. For someone who wants so much attention, I think the best thing we can do is ignore the fuck out of them. My cat is being a little terror this morning. I'm sorry to hear that. Generally speaking, if you feed them, they become more complacent. I would care not working maintenance. It's hurting my degeneracy. Okay, well, don't worry. You're not missing anything just yet. I don't think today's going to be all that exciting. This price action lines up with FTDs from OPEX. FTDs from Feb OPEX, which there aren't very many of. Um, but there's a few. There was some covering going on in pre-market on GME. So almost no liquidity generated. It should be a little bit more sensitive to market movements today, although I'm not sure those are going to be that great. I can tell you how many are due today. If you give me a second. Well, there's about 9,000 FTDs. I don't have, where the fuck are the ETF ones? God damn it, Carl. Here we go. ETF FTDs today, 484,550. Yeah, maybe $1 or so. I'm sure they'll net off the extra. Gap filled. Time to visit 4125. Almost no gap, right? Echo, echo, echo. Are you selling a condor today? No. Why? Are you? Is reg show still a factor for Upstart? Yeah. It hasn't been on long enough yet for it to have any significant effect, but it's still a factor. What's your opinion on Peter Zeihan's geopolitical analysis? I haven't watched it. You nearly ruined Dylan Harper for me. Good. Does anyone have information linked to the IBKR maintenance window? I don't. Jimmy looks pretty good on the 4 hour. No, uh, not particularly. Do you consider straddling tomorrow's CPI? Yeah. Yes, I am. If we're gonna trade stable all day, then shouldn't we? Excuse you? Nvidia price target raised to 320 a share from 280 by KeyBank. Fingers crossed for 4,000 by next Friday. 4,000's in range, so for SLD, or at least for like the standard drop. If we're gonna trade a narrow channel all day, Condor is a good play. No, I mean it's not terrible. My concern would be that we drift over the edge of the channel, but I mean, I guess you can always cut the losing side of the Condor into the end of the day. It'd be pretty cheap. I would make sure that we don't break out of that channel here in the early morning where volume is, highest. What is this volatility on futures? Well, we're moving towards SLD right now. We've got CPI and PPI over the next 2 days. We also have the Fed minutes tomorrow, so we get the Fed dot plot, which isn't a huge deal, but it generally creates a little bit of volatility. Last time it created a bunch of volatility, and then it just ended up flat. I have a few of my April 14 4080s still. I took profits on a little over half of them yesterday. The bank should do a mean price target of 420 of Nvidia at this point. Probably. SLD is next week. Yes. Is SLD almost always negative? Almost always, not always. If FLD follows like a large risk-off period, then it tends to be kind of just volatile. We usually don't see a lot of price improvement during the SLD period, not until the end of it. But it can be kind of volatile. You better be careful saying NVIDIA 320 with the cat around. He's going a little nuts. I think he's seen too much green lately. That's possible. Gork, how do? I'm hanging in there, Popcorn Trader. How are you, man? I think Zion built his career around touting world power collapse, just checking his books. So take what he says with a grain of salt. Reality is probably not that extreme. Oh, is he like a big doomer economist? I hate those fucking people. Isn't this month's SLD looking good for downs though? I mean, so far, yeah. The market's very high. So if we were to persist in a higher range, right? Or CPI, PPI is relatively flat or cool, and we move up into like the 4150 range, then yeah, SLD looks really good for downside. I have stuff to do today, but I just wanted to say fuck the pores. What's up, Mike CCs? Noted. I'll put it in the logs. I'm deeply underwater, exactly where I normally am, so quite comfortable. Congratulations. I know that's your favorite. Let's see how positioning is starting to stack up today. This morning, relatively split between the short and long side. With long side a little bit stronger uh, for the 0DT expiration today, but interest very compounded around the gamma flip point. I think if short side positioning is going to need to build up a little bit for us to hit neutral tomorrow. So expect at some point today to have it may not be a big drawdown, but some kind of drawdown, right? Can you just feed JFresh to placate him? Usually. Zyhan, same like Guru. Sounds about right. Why didn't we open Twitter today? It's probably going to be more exciting than the market. I'm waiting for the fucking idiots to respond. Peter Zion knows enough for our intelligence agencies to pay him consulting fees. That doesn't mean anything. SPX options are way better than SPY, bot, 415p, 0 DTE, and I'm up 20%. Nice. Huh. All right. Good morning, Pickle Man. I think I drank a little too much this morning, so I may sit out the morning trading stocks, but we'll be back this afternoon. Nice. Breakfast. Breakfast booze. All right. Let me know when you're back, man. We will trade flat all day. I know this because I entered SPY 409 straddle yesterday, just before close. Yeah. I don't really want to cut the call side of mine yet, but I probably should. I guess I'll put a stop in now. If we fall back below 405, then I can take profits. I don't think this one's going to be very exciting. We need to have some sort of underground railroad for Superstock. Anytime Gherk tweets valid points about Jimmy, the lunatics come out to play. I didn't mean to get the chat on Peter Zihan as a topic. Yeah, well, you did. Flying into Newark for a funeral, I'm sorry for your loss. The fact that I'll be so close to you gives me warm and fuzzy feelings. I'm not close to Newark. Or at least not close enough that I can smell it. I'm also sorry for the loss of your family member or friend. What's up, Puffin Man? Ugh. Fuck you, Hazy. People selling more NVIDIA calls at 275. There's a lot of them sold. Yes. Have you read Fractals and Scaling and Finance by Mandelbrot? About half of it. How's 4070p looking today? Yes, we had it yesterday. But what about second 4070p today? It's only $40 out of the money. You're insane. 3 weeks ago when I bought some SOXS, I assumed it was the greatest. I was the greatest investor of my generation. It turns out I'm not. Sad face. Palantir said AI yesterday at noon and has just been cruising. I know. I was curious if you'd be willing to go over or make a video on how to straddle and strangle. I cut a big clip yesterday. Um, that I have yet to edit, but it's got a bunch of stuff. BBBY moving and dragging GMA. I don't know if it's BBBY dragging GMA. I don't think BBBY has the ability to drag much with its 400 million share float. I just cut the call side of my straddle for a small 2% profit, but profit is profit, and I'll gladly wait for my put side to print and slash go in the money. Nice. Compare the bid-ask size for 0DT calls and puts. Huge difference. Yeah, puts are pretty cheap right now. Partially a little skewed, but relatively cheap. Ugh. You're still holding GME covered calls? Yeah, through next week. If the negative arbitrage isn't resolved by like next Thursday, I'll probably pull them back. And then, unless we pump up to like 24, 25 today, in which case I'll just sell more. Maybe I'll sell them for next week. That's a good idea. Thank you. There was a summary about straddles and Julian or Discord a while back. I can't remember exactly when, like a month or two ago. Did I remember to pin it? I never remember to pin that shit. You think your April 14 40/50s have a chance to be profitable? Maybe. We'll find out. If they're not, it's not like it's money I can't afford to lose. When is Cohen just going to tweet AI? Should increase GME price action. Should have done it in earnings. What if AI algorithms buy into companies who say AI as they have become sentient and want themselves to expand? Mind blown. So give me another slow grind up day on SPX. I don't know. It's starting to skew a little more bearish. I'm kind of waiting for the 0DT data to come in. So put call volumes relatively flat. We'll probably fail the test here, right around gamma neutral, which has moved up. This is now gamma neutral. Well, it's like right there. It's gonna drive me nuts. Okay, hold on. It's right there. CPI comes out tomorrow, 1 hour before market open, right? Yep. Futures are doing a little bit of a bull. Megaphone? Not quite. Volatility's picking up a little bit. I should pull up VIX. Lucy running because they did a chat GPT integration in their app. AI. Yeah. So else Ken Griffin gives 300 million to Harvard University. That's his alma mater, right? CPO will basically decide the fate of that April 21 4000P you've got. No, I mean, for the April 21 puts I have, I don't really care about CPI that much. Oddly, the downside of the low GME IV at the money CC is not paying what they used to, but still paying Any available resources to look at GME over long durations? I think Fidelity has it. Maybe Chart Exchange. IV should be up right now. Nope. Still shitty. Never mind. We're almost at like 400,000 volume, which is about all the ETF FTDs for today. Oddly, the downside, a lot of short covering today. Carvana moving. They might expect the market to drop. VIX getting gappy. Maybe today won't be boring. We'll see. I mean, VIX under fucking 19 right now. Not great. Hmm. Hmm. What the fuck is that noise? The actual fuck. You hear it too? The pool collapsing? I have no idea. Stopped. Up 70%, 6% on Moss weeklies. I finally found a stock I'm good at trading. Nice, man. That's fucking awesome. The hedgies are in the vents. Run, Gherk. I think I'll be okay. It's the stop loss hunters. They're out to get you. Be careful. I don't have any stop losses set. Interesting. Hmm. Then there's this MOASS feedback from the future that never happened. I see. Good to know. Cat lady preparing to Kool-Aid man through the wall. It's Short Destroyer trying to avenge his stupidity. You know, he never answered me when I asked him where on the shorts he destroyed them. I assume he's just blocked me and then takes screenshots of things I said out of context in order to try to promote himself. Typical influencer. Sup, man? We getting protective calls today? For what? Do you say we're looking bullish or bearish right now on SPX? It looks a little bearish. I don't know if it's going to break down or not, but I mean, there's not a lot of bullish momentum. There's also not a lot of bearish momentum. So, I don't really know what to say about that, actually. How do you deal with prolonged periods of nothingness? I sell CSPs and covered calls. Palantir about to become the new NVIDIA. That's excessive. It means he destroys his own shorts when someone upsets him on Twitter. He used to follow me for ages until he realized I was laughing at him the whole time. You're definitely blocked by him. I am blocked after I asked him why he keeps using Robinhood with his screenshots. I tried to troll you yesterday on Twitter, but like YouTube, you ignored me. I'm sorry, Petzl. I mean, if CPI is really bad, the market's not going to pump. But it means seeing an uptick in month over month core, which is more likely to just be flat. I mean, the high for the day is probably going to be 414. Well, we're probably going to close the day below 414. Gork went down now. A black short destroyer when he was sort of right once and decided to get super cocky over a hunch and talk down to everyone. Oh, okay. I'm just calling it a washboard day and focusing on work. All right. Gork's bidet. CPI should be an interesting straddle. Also, I changed my name from All or Nothing to something more benefiting my Danish nature. Noted. I used this flat uppish price action on Jimmy. I thought we'd be down further. Is Jimmy just a lame, unmanipulated video game store now? No. I mean, we have some ETF FTDs, just not very many today. And there was some like you could kind of see in the if you look at the pre-market on the liquidity chart in the daily, like there was no liquidity generation in the pre-market, right? Which generally means they're netting something out. It's pretty rare that we don't get any liquidity generation in the pre-market, so they've probably already netted off a lot of whatever they had to deal with. But because they don't have any extra liquidity today, it'll be harder for them to manage price action against the indices. So active fund pressure is going to be more apparent today on GME instead of us just trading flat as fuck. At least until they resolve out whatever they need to, and then it'll probably be flat as fuck. Cap volume now 10,000 plus 260C 818. Interesting. Are you sure those aren't sold? I took your advice to stop trading SPY and start on QQQ. I'm up 10K today. Thanks. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Is QQQ performing really well today or something? Down hard. Fucking NASDAQ's losing its grip. What's ES doing? ES is slipping a little bit. We're almost at the overnight support at 4132. Everyone's being assigned on their upstart, and I'm being left out. All I know is when it ticked up, all my buy rights fucking got exercised. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Like 60% of them. They're like a bunch of them are like May 19 too. It's your fault. This is You've brought this on all of us. They could give less of a fuck, I guess. I mean, although all contracts should be equal in that, from that viewpoint, right? Or do you think we'll drop a bit more? I have underwater puts from yesterday, other than my straddle that need recovery. Um, Let me see if this is looking any better. It's starting to. It's getting incrementally more bearish. Futures kind of look like they're going to break down back towards that like standard deviation on VWAP. I don't know if they're going to break, like I don't know if we're going to get like a big downside move. We could. But I don't know if we're going to. Put interest is strongest, I think, below 4,100, which we're still pretty far away from. Let me see here. Yeah, so 4,100's flipped negative now. 4,105 is picking up quite a lot of put volume. But there's also, call volume coming into the upside up to like 4,125. And the call side volume is, well, more apparent at least. How much theta is enough for MSTR puts? I think it's a little early. I still have some calls on it. I'll probably flip to puts next week. I don't know. I might close Friday. It depends on what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin's still got a little bit of room to run, though. BTUCCs are really great. I wish I had 5,000 more shares. They're pretty awesome. Yeah. I have $16 Upstart CCs expiring this Friday, and none of them have been exercised. I'm sorry to hear that. Dork watching everyone else get punished for his actions. I mean, I don't care if I got assigned on the buy rights. It's not. I mean, it's still slightly net profitable, but I wanted the shares. Apple might be selling off, volume picking up. Maybe. Ooh, Baba's at 100 already? That was quick. Nice. Bitcoin is the future of money. No, it's not. Get some, hold it in cold storage for 10 years, be rich, or possibly broke. How's Upstart doing? Can we finally break past 1735 today? Upstart actually didn't look very good this morning. Liquidity's starting to revert back towards the short side. A lot of the positioning that was bullish fell off and took profit, so it's looking a little weaker. It's still going to be, massively positive beta, but if the market drops today and we find the lower neutral range, like 4,100, 4,090, Upstart will probably come down with it. Is there a reason you aren't getting strikes below 4,100 DTEs? Because it's a strong resistance and we can bounce off of it? Yeah. And I don't want to carry them. Like, if we do drop to 4,100, right? Like this breaks down and we fall to 4,100. I don't, and then it bounces. I don't want to carry these through this period. Even if it falls back again later in the day, the theta decay sucks here. Thanks for discouraging me to enter MSTR puts at 300. I want to short it so bad though. When do you think will be a good time to buy puts on it? I'd wait until, I mean, so BTC's like next significant resistance is like 31,764 or 32,887. And frankly, I would just wait for either a rejection in this range or at least wait for the test, right? And then confirm with like the 30. I'd probably confirm with like the 30,000 before entering puts on MSTR. Like I'd want to make sure that this broke down completely, right? Because you still have risk here at what was that? 26,700. Because it can bounce again there, right? So, you know, you're gonna want not only some theta, but you're gonna want you're probably gonna want to confirm the breakdown to some degree. Or at least, you know, confirm it back to the level we're at now. But I think, yeah, I think it's got more room to run. And you really don't want to ever hold MSTR over the weekend. It can be really risky because if Bitcoin has like a big bull surge over the weekend, which is generally when it has them, um, then you're massively underwater at market open, right? Did you see Upstart getting back down into the 14-15 range by the end of SLD? Well, I hope so. I mean, I sold a bunch of uh in the money cover calls between like 14 and 13. For a while, 15 and 13. I have some at 15. Do you think CPI won't shake the markets too much as we have PPI the following day? I think last month was a bit flat into PPI. It was, but CPI was also just kind of flat last month. I think headline. I mean, headline inflation is already guaranteed to be down year over year, right? Hold on, I gotta get back to the actual market. So headlines down year over year. This is almost a guarantee. But that's irrelevant. It's already priced in. SOFR swaps, like interest rate swaps, are trading with an expectation of like 5.1%, which is already below. It's like 2 points below the consensus, right? So if it comes in flat, like headline comes in flat, or like what's flat is 5.5, or I think flat is 5.5. There shouldn't really be too much of an effect. The real concern and like where bearish or bullishness can come from in the report tomorrow is going to be the month over month on core. So core is really important because core costs and PCE aren't really dropping. They've remained slightly elevated on the last report with, you know, housing and now used cars up. So used cars is no longer weighted as heavily as it was. But it was deflationary in the last report and now it's inflationary. And then housing costs and housing services are both up. So if core moves up above 5.6% month over month, this means that core is accelerating faster So core will invert headline. Oh, and actually be like this. Headlines coming down, and then core would be coming up. This is really fucking bearish. We haven't seen core outpacing headline inflation since Jan 21, when inflation first started to increase significantly. So I think that's going to be the most important thing that people are looking for. Also, the Fed doesn't care about headline inflation as much as they do core inflation, because core inflation is a better picture of price stability. We both have CBOE VIX up on TV in the 1 minute, but my chart looks completely different. All my settings are on default. Do you have live data? That might be why. Smooth ape. Speaking of buying puts, should we wait for NVIDIA to hit 400? I mean, NVIDIA's Gamma Max is already significantly lower than 400. I just found out that Rick Astley is British. Huh. You know, I didn't know that either. Still more stability here than I want to see. What about month over month inflation? That's what I was talking about. Core for pores? Yeah. Fubo doing quite nicely the last few days. Relatively, do you think $1 is about the floor other than in a crash? I mean, they're not going out of business. And the company has more value than is being perceived by the market. Like it's trading at a discount to book. So some stability at $1 should probably be expected. I'm sure it's a resistance, especially considering options. How risky are at the money strangles on SPY? 0 DTE. They're not terrible if you don't know the direction. Um, you need to be prepared to cut the losing legs a little faster, because you don't have any theta to rely on, right? And like the losing leg's gonna burn up even quicker. So the second you have like a confirmed signal of a shift in trend, you wanna be out of the losing leg to minimize your losses on it and try to maximize your profitability. The guy whose VIX looks different could be because of the candles you're using. Oh, that's true also. More calls coming in today, which means the market will go down. That wasn't true last night. Good morning, Pickle Man. When you have a moment, can you please look at ALB? Seems like a good buy with sizable gap to fill, about $12 higher from a dip 5 days ago. It's a big dip. Why did it sell off so hard? Hmm. There's no gap on the 1 hour, but oh, there's a little one. I see it here at 206. Maybe? It looks like some people aren't too big of a fan of their attempted takeover of Liontown Resources. Also, their dividend was just issued, so yeah, I would say a pullback's probably possible. Watch your risk, You'd probably want to set your risk at like 195-ish. But it doesn't look terrible. You said Fubo's pretty liquid, but the chart looks weird, like it's illiquid. Are you talking about the whale teeth? That's from high frequency trading. Fubo's getting more illiquid, but it takes a really long time for it to hit any kind of levels where liquidity is an issue because it has a huge float. How significant do you think FRC earnings will be on the market? Canary in the coal mine type situation for MPs. I don't know if FRC is still carrying some risk, but they're resolving it. I'm sure they'll address it. I think the market's going to be more concerned with how the big banks are faring, and I think their earnings are going to be far more heavily scrutinized. ALB's a major lithium miner that actually makes a profit. It seems undervalued. Is it? I mean, it's trading at a PE of 8.53. Um, they have about 7 billion in debt, but 2.74 billion of that is current. With 4.5 billion of it non-current. It's trading at a price to book of 2.86 against its historic average of 3. So yeah, it's a little bit undervalued. That's why I said it didn't look so. One of the reasons I said it didn't look so bad. Margin expansion was pretty good for them in quarter 3, but pulled back in quarter 4. That may have something to do with that mature debt. Yeah, I don't see like a huge problem with it. Oh, fuck, we're gonna bounce before we break down. How annoying. Their competitors like LAC don't even make a profit. I want to pick a solid, profitable lithium mining company. All right, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem bad. I mean, I wouldn't buy them at the current price, but I mean, they're not far off of their historic valuations. And I just wouldn't buy them at the current price given the macro, but for a shorter term play, they seem fine. Considering any plays for FRC earnings are too risky, I might sell something against it because the IV is so high. And the Discord, it seemed like you were expecting a breakdown from this consolidation in the low 4100s over the next day or so, just based on CPI and PPI. I mean, I actually have no idea what CPI and PPI are going to look like. Right? Both month over month prints are pretty volatile. I don't expect a lot out of either one of them, but I do expect more neutral positioning to come in today, which is going to put in like a negative drag on price action. I don't know if that's going to push us down below 4100, but it might. It seems like 4100 is kind of the place where most people want to set up shop. So, this is where like the concentration of interest is centered. So, as puts come in, we can slide below this, but we'll probably end up relatively within a tighter range today, as people position neutrally for the CPI and PPI prints. And my expectation, even though PCE looks a little hotter, my expectation is still moderately flat across both inflation prints. But flat's bearish. I mean, I don't know if it's bearish enough for us to see a breakdown before SLD, but it might. If core is hot, which the Cleveland Fed thing seems to think it will be, then that's really bearish. Looks like a synthetic long. Are you sure it's not an in the money straddle? So the last time they shorted really hard and they were selling the IV on Upstart, they kept opening in the money straddles on it, which are like vol exposure. I wouldn't assume it's synthetic long based off just the bid ask. And it looked like the last time it looked like synthetic long too. That was back in January. And it looked like people were going synthetic long and super bullish. But then the more the position built up, as IV began to skew, it became more apparent that they were like opening in the money straddles. Well, those puts weren't so bullish after all. For lithium, I would go for ALB. That's what we were talking about. Why are they refraining to short to death the meme basket? Jamie specifically, usually by now, they would have already very aggressively. I mean, we're already approaching OPEX area. Weird. I mean, generally, aggressive shorting doesn't begin until after the resolution of ETF FTDs. Once they have ETF liquidity, they can short a lot harder. But also, they don't really need to short the price very much right now because IV already dumped so hard, right? So if they start buying lots of in the money puts to push GME's price down, they're going to spike IV up. And that may not be something they want to do just yet. Also, it's a lot easier to short it when you have active fund pressure working in your favor. So why blow your money trying to short it right now when arbitrage is negative and you're kind of just ramming your head against a wall, when you can wait till you have a little bit more liquidity next week and active funds are selling off, providing even more additional liquidity, right? I mean, like, ultimately, it's all about profitability and the position on GameStop, right? And, GameStop, especially when it's illiquid, right? And, those charts that we show you guys aren't really liquidity. Like, liquidity is um, like Lex charts, if you want just like raw liquidity values. The charts we're showing you are more of a more of the effect of low liquidity on the profitability of positioning on GME, right? So as GME becomes more illiquid, by that chart standard, by the tips, it means that it is less profitable to short, right? So, when it reaches those peaks, there's no more value in the short position. So, synthetic liquidity created here's variance over time is going to like net neutral. And so, why push harder, Um and so it's not advantageous to short it here. There's no benefit. What's to say active fund pressure will switch bearish? Nothing, but I mean they can wait forever, right? There's no rush, there's no pressure. They've already sold massive amounts of calls at like, 23, 24, 25, 30 naked. They don't give a shit, right? They don't need to short. They can just let these decay. Like they sucked the volatility out of Jimmy in like a day. Thanks, DRS. Nice, Velvet. Congratulations. You hate it? And I ask, opinion, Bobby value for price to buy. 0? So the more illiquid the stock becomes, the less incentive to short. So DRS will continue to drive less shorting. Well, DRS makes shorting more efficient, right? So DRS doesn't remove liquidity. Right? DRS, this is complex, so let me think of how to break this down. DRS removes supply, which increases price volatility. Price volatility. This is not implied volatility. Price volatility is the amount of capital necessary to move the price of the stock, say by like $1 in either direction. This is a good way to think of it, right? So DRS increases price volatility, but it increases it both to the up and downside. So if, institutional pressure is down, it makes it cheaper to drop the price with fewer shorts necessary to do so. So it compresses liquidity. Liquidity itself is infinite, right? And that's why I say, like, the chart we show you guys isn't representative of liquidity. They can always get more liquidity, but eventually the more liquidity they're getting, it's not doing anything anymore, right? There's like there's an upper limit to the profitability of that synthetic liquidity. So, in this range here, shares created can be either returned or cash settled cheaper in the future, right? Because shorting in this range will drop the price significantly, right? But once you start to get into the upper limit, shorts created here, there's no profitability on them over time, right? So now you're just creating synthetics for nothing. There's no more value in creating them. And this is where it's beneficial for them to have a liquidity event, because that means the stock becomes more liquid again, which means that created shares become profitable again. I thought DRS was about showing stock manipulation. It doesn't do that at all. Clip it, please. All right, fine. If they DRS the float, would it prove? You can't DRS the float. It's intrinsically at odds with the purpose of a public company. This is gonna be a long day. All right, so companies go public in order to obtain capital, right? They dilute in order to obtain capital that allows them to fund growth, right? The purpose of all companies in their growth stages is to dilute, obtain capital, and grow, right? So if we're operating under the presumption that GameStop is a growth stock, that they intend to grow in the future, then DRS is intrinsically at odds with that goal. What shorts? I mean, there's this assumption that shorts created back in 20 this is the biggest problem. Shorts created back in 2022 or 2020, 2015 through 2020 have not only persisted, and these shorts are down at like, I guess it would be like 75 cents to $1 now after the split, right? There's an assumption that these shorts have persisted for, 8 years without ever averaging down or closing. But there is nothing that stops them from doing either of these things. And this is what I tried to explain to SS way back when, was that you can go out as an AP, they can go to an ETF, they can make a share of GME, they can then take that share and return it to the lender, close their short, and then cash settle the failure to deliver with the ETF without ever transacting a single fucking trade on GameStop on the lit exchange. That's it. Short closed. Not it persists or there's some evidence of it that's going to protect them in a lawsuit 25 years in the future, where, you know, Citadel gets fined $3 million for doing this for 5 years. Closed, done, gone. Swaps are fucking cash settled. SPX, I know what SPX is doing. It's gonna, hopefully it's going to continue to drop now. I said it was gonna bounce. It's starting to look a little more bearish. It may continue to chop for a little while longer. I'll let you know if it starts to pick up some downside momentum. The current drift of like put skew on the chain is already pulling down on the price action, but it needs to hit a break point where it actually has a more significant effect. Entropy swaps are exactly how you get rid of a long-term short position. So the fact that entropy swaps were present in January of 2022 and are no longer present would tell you that they're out of their fucking shorts. Whatever long-term shorts they had, that they were, you know, rolling over OPEX to OPEX, or whatever debt they had from those long-term shorts, the counterparty is no longer hedging those swaps on GameStop, right? There was a squeeze 2 years ago, so stressing the importance of 8 years is a bad argument. It's not. That's when that short position that squeezed out 2 years ago got squeezed out. That's when Melvin started building their short. Keep talking about DRS. It's bringing the SPX down. Why are people DRSing it? So getting some 4100p right now isn't completely bad if I were expecting a breakdown below 4100. That seems reasonable. But it's a cash bag, Wolfie. Just cash. There's no, you know, there's so many and I just realized this last night with getting in arguments with a bunch of people on Twitter. There's so many fundamental misunderstandings of how the market works that I don't think it can ever be explained. And most of the people still involved in all of that truly believe that the bullshit DD they read by some teenager written in his mom's fucking basement is an accurate depiction of market mechanics, right? They think MMs are manipulating the markets through God algos to keep from paying them, and that the hedge funds are fucking with their DRS numbers. Swiss Council of State approves financial guarantees of 109 billion Swiss francs as part of Credit Suisse rescue package. Oh, okay. You just had to explain why companies go public and have stock. I know. Ein Fuck man might be a schizophrenic. He's just stupid, right? It's stupid attention grabbers. Superstock is full of those, right? People who just want karma. That's all it is, right? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just chasing karma. They're like, oh my god, I'm so popular and so cool on Superstock. I'm important in the world. And they will say whatever it takes to keep that going. Safe to say Jimmy won't hit 30 soon then? Yeah, I don't think so. Next 2 weeks don't look very good. Like I said, if arbitrage remains unresolved into OPEX, I'm going to pull back my covered call positions because there's a risk of covering. I think once the ETF FTDs are settled over the next like 2 more days, that yeah, we're probably going to see some actual downside. There's a big fat gap below us. You ever wonder why we're all here? Sometimes. I just want to say that I might get addicted to scalping SPX 0 DTs after making small gains these past couple days. Just make sure you set, strict profit and loss limitations, especially if you're building a small account, because you will get blown the fuck up on them real fast if you don't. Especially the ones that like to show off how many shares they've DRS'd. It's never an impressive number. Some of us just take a lot of Adderall and don't know when to shut up. Fair. But Goric options equal evil. Yeah, I mean, they make a lot of assumptions about market makers and how hedging works that are also entirely false and backed with misrepresentation of facts. They assume that market makers and hedge funds are willing to take infinite risk to prevent them from getting their attendees. It's, I don't know. I don't. Oh, who am I bullshitting? I love fighting with them. They're so fucking dumb. I'm not gonna lie to myself. It's great. It feels awesome ruining their hopes and dreams. Fuck them. There's nothing worse than willfully ignorant people. It doesn't ruin my hopes and dreams. I still own GameStop. I'm still curious to see if Ryan Cohen ever actually does anything with his e-commerce background. Because if he does, GameStop will be trading at like 20x multiples. My shares don't cost anything. I have all the time in the world. My brain is hurting from talking about SS. First, Dork shares a video about home building being all sunshine and rainbows. Now this? Why is everyone so dumb? I don't know. I'm sorry, Cobra. That's the way the world is. SV, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I don't have any clients. What do you mean I use clients' money? For you to deny yourself the pleasure of crushing SSDRSers, life's short. Live your best life. Thanks, champ. I'm going to. And I finally found a place where they might be stupider than they are on Reddit. Can you confirm the NVIDIA flip point? I don't know what it's at today. You gotta give me a second. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to set stops. Do I? A little bit. Maybe I don't. No, I don't. Okay. NVIDIA. Gamma neutral still it's at 264.33 now. So it's moved like 6 cents. Just like you said at the start of the stream, 4,100 and then bounce. Yeah, but the bounce doesn't look bullish. So I'm gonna hang out. I don't think it's gonna like have like a bullish reversal. I think it's just gonna fucking like bounce and then peter back out again and drift down more. Maybe back to like 4110. We still haven't tested the like the standard. This is like the 1.25 deviation. So we bounced a little higher than that. I expect we'll drift down to that over the. Remember that. So this morning, we have. Let me try to use it better. There we go. This morning we have like really strong upside calls, right? But like puts are kind of weak. And this is like our gamma, like this is the flip. And so since everyone wants to be neutral tomorrow, this gamma needs to flatten out. And in order for that to happen, more puts are going to come in. Because the call side's already effectively hedged, right? And so as puts come in, it's going to create downward drag on the price. I did believe in MOASS once. Not the way other people do. Like I didn't think it was gonna go to like millions and millions of dollars, but I believed that it would have the potential to squeeze. Blackberry jam's pretty delicious. I went through a Twitter thread and I got an aneurysm. I'm sorry. I don't see the pressure yet, but Jay might be there. Back in the day, you did believe in MOASS, right? So you learned more and changed your opinion given new data. Do you think you were caught in the mania stage like the rest of us? I mean, there were points where I was definitely more bullish on GME than I should have been. And I wasn't, through much of the early part of 2021, I wasn't very realistic with my expectations until the share offering. And then I was like, okay, I need to manage this a little bit better. But I also didn't get dragged into it as soon as a lot of other people did. So when we were running in January, I was shedding calls as the price went up because I was like taking profits, right? Like there was no hodling going on there. But then like in March, I sold like some covered calls, but I didn't like full port covered calls, which I should have. In June, I overheld calls because I didn't expect a share offering and I thought we were going to keep going up. And then, by the time August happened, my expectations were for any kind of squeeze, we're pretty much gone. Cohen released 8 million shares of liquidity into the market, and then on top of that, ETFs sold off 12.5 million shares, right? And at the time, our float wasn't very big, and that was more than sufficient liquidity to get rid of the rest of the entrenched short positions if they wanted out, right? And the fact that August, didn't realize the same highs as June was pretty good evidence of what was coming in the future. And so I think that's where it started to shift. And then as we learned more and more about, how they set up these positions, um, what drives price action during those OPEX periods, how they take advantage of that, where they get their liquidity from, how they manage their synthetic liquidity. It only got further, like MOASS only got further and further away, right? No, they didn't care what it would do to the economy. They thought it would destroy the economy, but they don't realize that the dollars they'd be getting need an economy to be valuable. I remember you saying best case scenario for Jamie Moas, $5,000 to $10,000. Yeah, I got a lot of. I was still on Superstock back then. I got a ton of shit for that. Like when I wrote my very first DD, which was like trying to teach people how to exit in the event that it did squeeze. Because like at the time the narrative was like, oh, everybody needs to sell on the way down, and there's no selling here, right? Which you guys know now because there's no fucking buyers, right? No one's buying on this side of the short squeeze. um and so I was trying to outline like how you scale out of a position that's running really hard and how you set stop limits in order to avoid having slippage if the price continues to fall. And I try to explain it in a really simple way so that people would get it. But even then, I didn't want to use examples where the price was going to millions of dollars, and I knew I wouldn't get through to people unless I was like, oh yeah, like, well, if it, for example, hits, like if I said if it hits 10,000 and pulls back, I would have been railroaded out of Superstonk fucking a long time ago, long before I ever had any kind of presence there. You also have to remember that most of my GME position was bought at like Feb bottoms. Like I bought between like 42 and I think like $35, right? And I had shares from November, but very few. I had like 500 shares, right? I mostly bought calls in November of 2020. Um, and so when we were trading at June highs at like 330, my elation was just like sky fucking high, right? I spent like 600 grand on shares here. So yeah, even I'm not immune to that much price action. I'd be in such a better financial position if I dumped all my shares on the June high. I hate Superstock. Yeah. If you were less rich, would you set your stops on straddles, strangles, or just trailing once profitable? Trailing once profitable. Generally, what I would do if I had less money is I would set tighter stops and then I would roll forward the loss. Like, so, say you buy a put and a call at 12 each, right? And the price opens and moves down. Your call goes to like 8, right? And this, the trend is looking strong, like it breaks through resistance. I would then take that $8 and roll it forward into like 0 DTE puts to maximize whatever room is right here before getting stopped out. If you do this well, and it's not easy, it requires some knowledge of how momentum on SPX works and the levels we trade at. But if you learn to do this well, you can achieve much higher profitability in straddles and strangles. If you think it's gonna bounce, you can take that $8. That's another thing. Like if it hits resistance and starts to stagnate and you think it's gonna bounce back up, you can take that $8 and put it into a like closer to the money call, right? And then capture the upside move nearer the money. If you have theta, you have more time you can wait out like a day or two of this, right? And then you can close your call and your put side. And in the markets right now, since we're so choppy, that theta is really advantageous. Disliked for all the FUD. Go cry in your car about it, Rusty. Unless you already are. In which case, go back to work. You were still bullish on at least Freg's Day? I was stoked on Freg's Day because we called like 100% move in the price, right? In advance of it happening. That's why I was fucking bullish on Freg's Day. And we thought everything would play out. We didn't really understand the effect of gamma max on market maker hedging or on short vol positions at the time. We didn't have that data, right? So we were kind of flying blind in November OPEX or Freg's Day. Jimmy hit like 240 and I closed all my long positions and then doubled down at like 250. Right? Into the next morning where we then got fucking rug pulled after it tapped like 260. I made like $1 on Freg's Day on like fucking 75,000 in risk. And I had stops set. Most people didn't. And they were not close to the money. They were far out of the money stops because back then on Jamie you couldn't really set stops. You'd fucking go up like 15%, and then 2 candles later you'd be down 2, and then after like 1269 would hit and the stock would be up 25%. The volatility was fucking crazy. If I'd known what I know now and I knew we'd like crossed gamma max on Monday, I would have fucking full ported covered calls, $50 in the money, bought in the money puts, and fucking sold all my calls off, right? And I would have made literally millions. The Friday before Frank's Day, we were saying our goodbyes. Unironically, we thought it might actually squeeze. Friday price action seemed like capitulation. Yeah, it was exciting times. I'll be honest, the first thing that caught my attention about your DD was realistic price targets. If one can call 10K realistic. However, compared to other targets on SS, you were the most grounded. Making money on Frexit is like winning mega billions. There were a couple people in the Discord that did. They just like closed their calls on Monday and they're like, ah, my cash isn't settled, and they couldn't buy back in for Tuesday, and they never got fucked. Jimmy going to $30 today. Uh, it's not looking great. The best of times and the worst of times. When another crazy wild volatility event? I don't know. I think they're not really like a thing anymore. Thanks, Lawrence. Boeing 1Q deliveries exceed Airbus for first time since second quarter 2018. Oh, interesting. Nvidia on its current trend will be 265 by lunch. Awesome. I woke up this morning to Reddit telling me you're evil and nothing more than a grifter that takes advantage of your acolytes. So here's more money, you evil overlord that knows nothing about market mechanics. Thanks. Thanks, C Pizzle. I appreciate it, man. What a good ride. I never had more fun losing thousands of dollars on stuff I never understood. Thoughts on Nvidia having historic low IV? Now seems like a great time for puts. They're still skewed, like Delta's still skewed positively. So puts are still cheaper than calls. We're just gonna chop till CPI PPI. It's possible. I think that's the most likely outcome, at least. Hold on. What's this? Sorry, one second. I just need to fix something here. There we go. 15 from 25. All right, one sec. All right. We were talking about SPX's range after tomorrow's data. I still believe we're at the top. I mean, gamma neutral is not going to change, right? The question will be, do we move above it or not? If if tomorrow's data is bullish, I think that extends the upside range at least out to like 40, 50. Like if CPI is cooling across the board, I don't think 40, 50 is a ridiculous target. Bullish reversal on SPX. No, I don't think so. I think this is topping out here. Yeah. It's only got a 5 minute. It's like a little bear flag right here. Although we saw what happened with bear flags yesterday. Have you ever talked about Kenny Hellboy and the art collection lawsuit? What the hell does that have to do with Kenny? I mean, I know about the lawsuit, but that's against his like insurance company. Is there a contradiction in saying Jimmy Short's closed, but posting Gamma Max every day for people? No. Gamma Max is just a set value. That's where the maximum value of Gamma is reached on the options chain. The fuck does that have to do with long short positions? Why don't you pull back your cover calls on Jimmy before OPEX? End of this week? No. Next. Definitely next week. After ETF FTDs are resolved. GLD is getting a bid. Yeah, I see that. You wouldn't think we have CPI or PPI this week with the funeral of VIX happening before our eyes. You think we have underwriters are suing Kenny to hear from him as he ignored them when asked about something or other? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. The options chain on Jimmy isn't stacked. It's fucking dead as a doornail right now. It looks like shit. We used to have hundreds of thousands of calls on the GME options chain and puts. Now we have like tens of thousands, and there's a post split differential that you have to take into account, right? So for where we had 100,000 before, we have 10,000 now. Of these 10,000, this is like having 2,500 before. Hey, Greek man, what's up? Why are doornails considered to be a great example of something that's exceedingly dead? I have no idea. I didn't make it up. Actually, back to my comment on the VIX. Am I sensing that tail risk is extremely high with the VIX this low? Almost market arrogance? I don't remember CPI, PPI print with VIX this low. I mean, VIX may move up into the end of the day, right? I think most participants expect that CPI, PPI will be flat. Ah. We're talking about MOASS, but no one asked the question. The one who played your chat and hoops for so long. I'm sorry, but I must. Win MOASS? Never. Do you expect going back to the Russell 2K in a few months help GME's volume and options chain? Probably, yeah. It'll definitely increase active fund pressure. It'll also increase ETF ownership, though. I mean, if feuds aren't moving up with SPX, that generally means like stop loss hunting, except futures are. Futures are moving up. This is a little disjointed. Hmm. Doo, doo, doo. I'll just wait. Did you already drop the put side of your straddle? No. I dropped the call side this morning, but I haven't dropped the put side yet. My jar. SX scalping is for Chads. Super stack is for people who can't sell cover calls. Also, my boss is an actual fat gay bear who's bullish. Fuck my clownish life. Thanks, Gorks Bidet. How's OI looking? Volume's pretty low. Put volume picked up a little bit. I think. Looks like. Well, put volume picked up a little bit in the last 10 minutes. That could be puts capitulating too. Excuse me. Ah. Hmm. Okay. Okay, hasn't quite hit the point where it should be stopped out. Well, the long's gonna turn on the gas here. Today is pathetic. I mean, I don't think we expected a lot out of it. Um, okay, yeah. So puts building up a little bit sub 4100. Looks like some calls at 4105 sold off, and some 4115 sold off. Zero DT put volume's picking up a lot at 4100. But that doesn't mean we're not going to chop here a little longer. I'm surprised our rejection on this isn't stronger. It's probably not the best. We're just going to get hung up between 4100 and 4015 all day. That's going to suck. What am I missing? FRC April 21, $12 CSP, 5% return on capital, 10 DTE, expires before earnings report. The bank earnings this week? Why would you decide to stop out of the put side of the straddle? I didn't stop out of the put side of the straddle. I closed the call straddle. Time for 4105p, or wait to see if we break through 4115. Sorry to keep bugging you about these micro changes. I mean, I can't really tell you, like, where to buy your shit, man. You're gonna have to use common sense and what you know in order to determine what strikes you should be buying. SGX still looking like 21 days of chop early June. Or Feb. We don't have as wide a range as we did in Feb, though. About the call side of a strangle yesterday at opening. Now about this put side. I'll be green no matter what, regardless of the CPI print. Thanks for your education. Nice, man. Congrats. It only took me 2 hours to remember to like the stream. Entropy swaps are hedged by the counterparty, right? So if you closed your short position, but you still owe money on the short position for the underlying, then the counterparty would be hedging the entropy swap, and you would be paying them cash to close the swap intermittently over a set period of time, like every quarter or every other OPEX. It's not a physical obligation, it's a cash obligation. FYI, I'm up 1.88% on my $30 SQQQ leaps. I'll keep you updated. Nice, man. Likely to retest DN on SPX today? That's a bit of a stretch. I don't think so. Not unless we get a serious breakdown. Do you think Schwab could fill the upside gap with decent earnings next week? It's a big gamble. And it's also going to be heavily influenced by other banks' earnings. Schwab has risk, and that risk is not solved, it's compounding. The 210 curve inversion has reached levels not seen since 1981. Nice. 4100 doesn't seem out of the question. We might even see like 4090, but I don't think we're gonna. I don't necessarily think we're gonna see. I don't think we're gonna see like something significantly lower than that. The fuck was that? Huh. I rolled my 421 cc's to 519 on the run up this morning. If Jimmy drops off a cliff, I'll feel amazing. Nice, dude. 3-month T-bills, thoughts? I mean, the return rate is annualized, so you don't get like 5% in 3 months, as long as you understand that. But they're not bad. Very low risk, decent returns. No, it wasn't the VWASP. It was one of the plugs on my power strip fell out, and I don't know what it plugs in. And that's the Look into the camera and remind us all that SLD is next week, and our May puts will probably be okay. Eh. HBM moved up again. Nice. Where does CPI PCI data come out? Tomorrow morning and the following day. What font was used on your VWAP hat? I have no idea. Hmm. I think things are starting to get more bearish. Slowly. Breaking down through 410 is very good. Now we just need to break down through 405. I think if we break down through 405, we actually pick up a little bit of momentum here. If I should have bought more of those while they were cheap. Thoughts on Mo? I really don't like them very much right now. My main concern is data is just going to be flat. We stay flat, always waiting for the next data point. I mean, I think data is probably going to be flat. The only hope for bearishness in tomorrow's print or bullishness is like core month over month. It's really going to just depend which way it swings. PCE is up, so it's encouraging. Thoughts on Wall Street bets jumping all into FRC? Rug pull incoming or bold move that may pay off? It's risky as shit. I mean, that part seems pretty obvious. Yeah, there could be some long profit taking today from actual longs as opposed to just simple. Yeah, I mean both of those things are very possible today. Like I said, if we do get a downside move, and we can break into the level where puts outweigh calls to a significant degree without any bearish skittishness, then sure, yeah, we could get some momentum to the downside. But the range is really limited. I have three SJX0 GT puts, all for the same strike. Fidelity won't let me set stop losses by tax lot. Any idea why? No. How the fuck do you have tax lots on 0 GT puts that are pertinent? Schwab carries a lot of risk. Is everyone just going to ask me about Schwab all day? Schwab and FRC? They're both risky as shit. The bank liquidity issues aren't solved. They're backstopped. If the Fed keeps raising rates, the liquidity issues only compound. And then the contagion spreads out to MBS further into the future. I think SYF isn't as bad, but I don't remember their exact financials. Which one's that? That's hold on. I think Synchrony didn't look too good, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on it. There were very few where they had like respectable MBS holdings and um, sufficient depositor liquidity. Do you think bank earnings will finally end SPX's upside? I don't think any of that matters. I think there's no more profitability to the upside on SPX. I think the tide already turned last Friday. Not bad. Not as bad. There are more credit issuance exposed though. I only found two banks that I really liked a lot out of the regional banks, where I truly think they're undervalued and also have some growth. But I've gone over this before. I don't want to get into the banks. They're super dangerous. Nobody should be investing heavily into them. You're getting to video puts if it hits 275 for July. A good move this week before CPI and PPI. Could be. I mean, the Nvidia run's also starting to like finally show signs of capitulation as more and more calls are being sold, and it's driving closer and closer to gamma neutral. I mean, you could still confirm a breakdown of gamma neutral and have plenty of room to the downside, but the downside's pretty negative. So it shouldn't. If it starts falling, it's probably going to move quick. If it falls enough, it's going to scare out long-term investors, which can make it fall more. Do you think China's hardline stance on fitting AI with their ideological concerns will curb BABA and its future price potential? I don't think AI is that important in the next like 5 years. Synchrony's 1 year is paying 7%. It's not bad. I mean, a lot of the banks are very high risk. Of the like eight big regional banks, half of them have a significant amount of maturity risk. The other the other half, two of them have a significant amount of MBS risk because they do subprime mortgage lending, and that really left two that were attractive, who are more business exposed and less consumer exposed. But you guys can figure that out through your own research. Our boy Warren jumped ship on banks years ago. I mean, there's also he has other issues, right? And that he can't really buy a ton of anything, and if he can't buy a ton of it, he doesn't want it. Like it's very hard for him to get meaningful leverage without ending up like a majority shareholder, which he's very against. Subbed out of SPX or 20%. Just reminding myself, MOASS wasn't built in a day. Thanks for the knowledge. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I'm trying to sell cover calls all morning, and my broker won't let me sell a single leg and have to add multiple. Is this standard? Why would there be two legs for a covered call? That doesn't even make sense. What's with JFresh saying that MM and Nvidia priced in a max downside of 220-ish? They're currently pricing in a maximum move of 220. That can yes, that can change dramatically as prices drop or move up. Morning ending. Good morning. Double question, but do you close your profitable positions quick so your on-screen ones are all red? Generally speaking, yeah. If it's up, it gets closed. Do you see Buffett bought into Nikkei? Interesting. I am also long Nikkei. People seem to be looking for a large breakdown in price for SPX towards testing the bottom of the collar. For me, that seems to be quite risky for May, but looking at June SPY 380s makes sense. I mean, June SPY 380s are still very far out of the money. I wouldn't expect them to go in the money, but they could go up in value. I'm straddled Nikkei long yen right now. So it's like a preferential way to profit on a country when their currency pumps. Oh, he didn't buy not Nikkei. He bought broker clearing houses. Oh, okay. Tesla dead. I don't particularly like the look of it right now. It's up a little bit today. Gained back some ground. Um, did pretty well yesterday after the bottom too. Maybe like we're moving towards Tesla earnings. Probably another pullback during SLD, but it might start to rise into earnings. Maybe not. Maybe not enough time for it to pull back. Let's see what the market does. Tesla's tricky in this range because if it bounces, it can bounce back to like 200 or well, mid 190s. What the fuck is this bullshit? Are they just gonna do the futures pump thing all day to keep VIX from spiking? Futures volume is crazy fucking high today. Jesus Christ. It's falling off, but really slowly. 20 to 30% return compounded over 10 trades turns 5K into 40K? What the fuck? I'm taking more aggressive profits from now on. It's a good idea. I hope the day treats you well, my friend. Question: are you still holding your FSLR puts from Pickles Picks a couple weeks ago? I got stopped out of the short dated ones, but I'm still in all the long dated puts I have. I'll just re-enter the shorter dated ones. I'll probably let this week play out. If I don't get an opportunity, like if we don't hold the like 210 to 215 range, then I'll just stay away from the shorter dated puts and hang on to my longer dated ones. So like if it continues to drop like after this morning, I'll just hold on to the longer dated puts. Would you ever play a crazy stack like HKD? No. I just need one breakdown to 4100 so I can reposition my call hedge. For the love of stocks. Can SPX just fail now? I'm not asking for a lot, but just 4100 or something. Ah, Jesus. Hmm. Low volume and low momentum days are so much fun. It's that time of the month. Can you tell me how I trade SPX options in pre-market on IBKR? Is there a box to check in the settings in the order section? And I did that, but it still never works. You have to use limit orders. You can't. There's no market orders. Is this how trading the market is going to be once stagflation is locked in? If stagflation locks in. You think about going long PayPal now. I'm bearish on the macro environment, so I don't really like the idea of going long anything right now. Frankly, I think the energy outlook at noon will have much effect on the market, and maybe just because it's so fucking dry today. If one saw IV decreasing on a stock with decent value and growth, could that imply sold calls were closing? No, that would imply that sold calls were being opened. Better enter any put position tomorrow after data dumps rather than try to jump into anything today for SLD movement. Probably. I mean, you may miss some of the potential range, but it's a lot safer to wait for the data to print. My stop losses on SPX options on IBK are never trigger until market open. That's because you're using a stop loss. It's a market order. I've never watched Succession. God dang, this volume's gross. Yeah, that's really shit. Holy fuck, that's boring as hell. The bear rally cycle on Sunday stream was great. How do you see the market getting out of the self-fulfilling cycle? You said a mass movement of liquidity from RRP members for the upside. For the downside, I mean, it just takes put leverage and people holding it. If you were my dad, would you take me to Chuck E. Cheese or the industry? The industry. The pizza at Chuck E. Cheese is fucking inedible. Do you think if data tomorrow and Thursday just meet expectations, it may turn the market down as people give up hope for breaking to the upside? Possibly. I mean, labor data was really bad. So, the markets should already be encouraged to pull back assumptions of a pause or any kind of pullback in the federal funds rate this year. It hasn't yet, though. Did SPX get dragged down on bank earnings? Oh, yeah. If they're bad. 39.80, too far out of the money for SLD. If we stay at this price range, is within average movement, right? I think it's a little bit over. Not that like a 39.80 couldn't print. It could if you have theta on it, but with SLD from this price, it's probably not going in the money. If we drop lower into SLD, maybe, but right now 40.15 is kind of the maximum range for SLD. Now we could slip into the end of this week, and then we have more room for SLD, right? A bit. Like if we slip back to support it, like future support at like 40.90 or 4100, then 39.80 becomes more viable. Market already priced in everything bad that will happen in history forever. Ugh, back to 2008. Didn't you get the memo? No, I must have missed that one. Net interest earnings, JMac. That's what people are going to be really focused on, right? Because rates are super high, so banks should be killing it on their net interest earnings. The big banks haven't been killing it on their net interest earnings. They weren't last quarter either. Um, Rates up should mean that banks are making a lot of money off of money lent, right? Does the market pricing in rate cuts suggest participants expect something significant will happen to force JPOW to cut rates, i.e., a crash or big downs? I mean, the fact that they haven't pulled back the pricing of rate cuts by like June could infer that. Or bulls are just being belligerent, right? How far do you think Docu slides? I don't know if it's going back to 40. There's some pretty strong resistance down at 51. Um, yeah, I don't know if it's going to go back to 40. I'd love for it to go back to 40. I just don't know if it's gonna. 41.15, 41.14. Jesus Christ, this is so dull. I think it will full port into SPX0 DT puts when it hits 40.15. Oh yeah, responsible market move. That's definitely not. Let's see. Ascending triangle on SPX. What time frame? If they're pricing at rate cuts because of a crash, do we just skip the crash? No. One of the largest auto financiers are currently doing 10 and 11-year auto loans. FHA has a new 40-year mortgage. This is 2008, but arguably more pernicious. Yeah. Entertain yourself by buying 10K Tootsie Roll shares and watch the price double. I'm not going to be you and Dork's exit liquidity. If JPOW saying no rate cuts this year didn't do it, I don't know what can. I don't know. Maybe they think they can like leverage him into pulling back rates. I mean, there's no bullish like capital flow right now, so I'm not really concerned about any bullish outcomes, even in like the near term. Six-year mortgage is the new 30-year mortgage. I'm trying to wrap my head around pricing and rate cut because of something breaking and the price continuing to move up. We're up fucking 11 basis points today. I wouldn't really say that's like a bullish continuation. Does everyone forget that futures tapped like fucking 40.70 last week? Like the past month? I mean, it's not really a month. It's like 11 trading days. I still remember the day Dirk DMs me asking about option settlement, and nothing could contain his excitement. He would learn they settle in T+1. Chat GPT doesn't have fucking up to date financial data. Yeah, I'll be more inclined to do a bear song when we actually drop below 4,100. If we drop below 4,100. South Park or Family Guy? I don't really like either one that much. I used to like them both, but Reno 911 had its funny moments. Holy shit, man. I'm so tired today. Do jumping jacks. I don't know if that's going to help. If you crush antihistamines with cocaine, it counteracts the drowsiness. Oh, that's good to know. The price action is like one of those binaural beats. The movement of the candles elicits a flood of melatonin to the brain. It's just like so fucking dull. Did anybody else get into Horizon when it was a Pickles pick? I did. She's so pretty. It's pretty cool. Uh, nice trigram too. Where's all this upside on SPX coming from? Futures. There's still calls. I mean, it's like, didn't I post the gamma chart this morning? Did no one look at it? Ooh, that's spicy. Thoughts on HCP? It's cheap right now. Could get cheaper during SLD though. Is price going up because of hyperinflation? Gamma chart was bullish. Yeah, skewed bullish. Puts just got real cheap though. No, is VIX going? Oh, VIX is going up. Hmm. 4075. It was a weird breakout. There wasn't a gap there, right? Was there? No, there's no gap. Ugh. If you're bored, I sent you my newest swing trade idea. Fuck you buying 0.7 calls. There's a couple problems. Cup and handles don't exist on time frames that short. Also, I don't think that's a cup and handle. I guess you could call it one. But it didn't pull back below the fast EMA. Very loose cup and handle definition. Eh. So you're buying 0.7. You're buying 0.7 delta calls targeting a $3 move. That's so much delta exposure. You get so little leverage. You're massively overexposed to the downside. Yeah, I don't understand why you'd want in the money calls there. At maybe? I mean, you're already getting 60 days of theta. I don't think it will move $3, but it could, but I doubt it. I'm planning more like a $1.50, $2 move. Maybe you need the delta exposure then. Is it worth taking? Like, I don't know, the risk reward seems really low. Percentage wise, it ain't that bad. Uh, Especially with options. It, I mean, the setup seems fine. I just don't like the play that much. It's okay percentage wise, but you force yourself into. I mean, if you're getting higher delta calls, why buy the theta? It's not so much that I don't like the setup. I don't like the risk reward. And like, I don't think the notional move is sufficient to play with options. And then I think the company kind of sucks, and they have very low price volatility. So shares are risky. Downside price volatility is greater than upside. There's definitely some short interest on this. So shares are risky. Options don't really give you enough reward potential. I mean, if you trim down the theta and still went with 0.7, it might be a little better. SPY 300p 0 DT super cheap. Yeah, I'd imagine. Like almost free. God, this is fucking dull. Fubo finna break out, maybe? Watch out. That'd be cool. It's only gonna break out if it moves above $1.50. It's getting close, though. Does your PT on Dole change much? No. How the fuck did you get 0 DT cat calls on a Tuesday? What's up, man? How do high frequency traders make any money? Doesn't the NVIDIA cards they use consume more energy than it's worth? And they make money on the spread. Spread and volume. Why are weekly Fubo 150 calls only a penny? Because Fubo to 150 is a 20% move. Gherk, 1 year ago, your stream title was MOASS Mondays. I know. Just wanted to drop below $1 one more time, and I swear that'll be the last time I buy more Fubo shares. Are you sure? Oh my fucking god. What's SPY volume today? Jesus fucking Christ, the SPY's only at 19 million volume? Uh, did WeBull change their bank? It used to be Apex Clearing Corp. I mean, I think they might have just got a different funding provider. They still use Apex. Apex isn't like a bank though. They're Weebull's BNY Mellon. Thanks for the tips on RTX and ALB. They've been good to me. Another interesting company to check out when you have a moment. Expo seems to be a CIA front company, sells engineer and science consulting. Huh. Large government contracts. Chart just goes up. I'll take a look at it. Come on. This one I actually don't like so much on the long side. Might be a good short. No, not that good of a short. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that one that much. Just run to 4120 so we can close out some call gains. I already closed my calls on the peak this morning. Now I just have a bunch of 421, 4100s. Ow. If you listen to their last earnings, they have a lot of government and military contracts. Okay. Oh, that's cool, but their margins are down. Cash flow is remaining pretty steady. Pretty high on the current liabilities front. Sure, they're not getting burned by interest rate increases. That's what it looks like. Hearing you say you bought your straddle for 421 makes me feel better. Well, I was gonna carry it through today if we stayed below 4110. But since we broke gamma neutral this morning, I closed it. Well, the call side. But I was gonna carry it through CPI if I had to. Jimmy's still somewhat liquid. Yeah. It'll be more liquid in 2 more days. What's the outlook for the rest of the day on SPX? I don't know. We're above gamma neutral right now, so things are gonna get really fucking stagnant. Futures are still fucking chopping at resistance. Yeah, volume's still compressing here. I don't know if that means it's gonna break down, but maybe. maybe that's the peak here. The last couple pullbacks were pretty unimpressive. Even if it goes, even if it goes down, it's not gonna go down that hard. There's just like not that much downside, right? Like 4087.50 is kind of as far down as it could go. And that's only going to happen on call capitulation. Expert options are exploding. One contract in the entire chain. Yeah, no problem, Space Monkey. Can you make this just pick a direction, preferably down hard? I think GME needs forward guidance for volatility. I better pull back. I'm all on 0 DTE at 41.15. Yeah, really? 4087.50 would be a godsend. It'd be cool. I definitely want to see it back below gamma neutral today because I don't want to fucking buy calls above gamma neutral. I love the EIA seeing rising consumption outpacing production on oil, but somehow oil barrel price will come down. I doubt it. Oil up 200 BPS today. This is some crazy shit, man. Nasdaq's down like 53 BPS. And ES is up 17, 18. Like, that can't all be oil. You think about selling all one's GME, wait for it to dump slightly, then buying it all back? Just for something to do because SPX is boring. I don't care about taxes. Small cap Dow financials getting a bid. Yeah, small cap's doing okay. But that's like sector shift, right? That, I feel like that one's pretty common before SLD. What are the chances that SPX does something resembling anything? I don't know. Dow just, or NQ just dumped fucking 20 basis points in 2 candles. I'm sorry, more precisely, 11 basis points in 3 candles. But I guess SPX just doesn't care. I'm just pointing out where the money is going. Let's get a video from my brother-in-law of bulls on parade in Dallas. Are my 0 DTE 4100 Ps fucked? Not if we break back down below gamma neutral. Oh, hey, SPX is doing a thing too. Look at it go. VIX up? Cool beans. GN on NVIDIA is 264, not 268. It was 264 yesterday, too. It went down 6 cents today. No problem. Ooh, VIX is popping. Look at that. Oh, that took forever. Let's go, NASDAQ. Crash, you piece of shit. Yeah, that's right. The Fed's closing the discount window and sucking up all your liquidity. This is how it goes, Dork. They dump all the small caps while pumping the big caps. And then they pump the small caps while they dump the big caps. The fuck? God, it takes so... Why are they so inefficient? Because they're stupid? They just don't want anyone to know what they're doing, but it's so fucking obvious. Like, oh, we're going to do this real slow over the next 90 days. And then no one will know. They're the only fucking participants doing anything in the market. Chad Cheddington the Fourth doesn't know how to do his job. Anything new? I was gone after 10 for some errands. Not particularly. NASDAQ's dropped about 30 basis points in the last 15 minutes or so. Which is neato. King Griffin, alright. Who the fuck let VIX spike? You ever tried to move $1 billion? It's like 10,000 wheelbarrow trips with $100 bills. I mean, why would I be using a wheelbarrow to move digital money? It's not like they're moving real cash. It's gonna continue to be awful. Let me see if we actually got any put interest. Well, some calls sold off, but nobody really bought any puts. Oh, somebody bought a lot of puts on the... Was that for the 21st? No, further out? So we got a bunch of fucking puts at 40.50. 40.80 building up too. Bears are so slow. You ever try to move? What kind of unit of measurement is wheelbarrows? One wheelbarrow equals one SPX put equals one like the stream. Thanks, Dave, of the Pigeon Whale Daves. If you guys could, drop a like when you get a chance. Where will all the digital factories put their soft crank goods if they don't have digital wheelbarrows? That's a good point. So are you telling me I need to go long like Western Digital? What if it's just MM selling puts? Well, I would agree with that, except the VIX rocketed. Samsung does SSDs. Well, so if Samsung's revenues are down 97% and they're providing all the memory and the storage, but Nvidia's selling supercomputers, uh, that doesn't make sense, right? AI. Never mind. AI, AI, AI. Is there an ETF FTD settlement period this month? We're in it. It says we're in GME's ETF FTD period. They're very low. They're like 400, 500,000 a day. Yeah, no problem. It's not, they're not like, are they 1 million X low? I mean, generally for significant price improvement in the past, we've needed like 1 to 2 million ETF FTDs. 1.5 to 2 million ETF FTDs or more, and we have 500,000 ETF FTDs. So the effect on price action is not very pronounced. I was at a red light. I was talking on the phone. My subconscious saw the light turn green, so I took off. Next thing I know, I see a huge semi truck about to hit me. I gunned it, and AI products have not been created and have not been sold to any client per the earnings call. Yeah. I'd love to do that big down thing again. That'd be cool. Yeah. Should I get something to eat? Dork went down. I want tendies. I want tendies too, Dork. I bought a mailbox that makes me feel like an adult. Like for your yard? Or like a P.O. box. Anything happen? I think I fell asleep there for a second. There's not enough caffeine in the world to get me through this bullshit. Do you know Fidelity will let me do swaps on settled cash? I bought VIX calls at the bottom, and I can't sell them, but I'm good for it. Nice. Which puts are for May, Bob? What's going to be more impactful on oil price on next month's data, or carbon capture on Zom's share price? I don't really know if Zom's going to benefit too much in the short term from either one of those things. We can all play a drinking game with shots of coffee. Like every time something boring happens, Jesus, man, that's too much coffee. This is looking more and more like Feb. I know. The correct answer was oil pricing, wrecking next month's market data. How are you feeling about some near the money lotto puts on SPX as we stay here into the late afternoon? And I hope we get some breakdown soon. I don't know. We're right at fucking gamma neutral. It's really tough. Do you peel back your cover calls on Upstart and let it rocket? My cover calls on Upstart are like mostly in the money. They're not stopping it from rocketing. Oh, that's not cool. Pop them off. All right. You ever feel like a sucker for ordering something you see online? I feel like a sucker every time I spend money on anything. Did you play any more Atomic Heart? Yeah, it was really bad. It just gets worse and the dialogue gets stupider. What TV shows are you watching these days? How It's Made, seasons 1 through 27. Is selling other money calls a good way to go short vol? No. Selling out of the money calls is a good way to go short vol. And the money calls have less extrinsic value. They ever make a episode on have they ever made a How It's Made episode on How It's Made? I think so. I think they actually do have an episode where they go over how the show's made. They don't have one on the market. They should. It'd just be about market makers. Today on How It's Made, VIX. News is apparently a few hours old, but Buffett sold most of his TSMC, citing geopolitical tensions as part of it. Oh, fuck. Interesting. What the fuck could go long? I'm not gonna go long there. It's stupid. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Semiconductor manufacturer in Taiwan. Time to enter the rest of those NVIDIA pits? Maybe. Thank you. What do you make of all the in-the-money calls that have been sold on GME since earnings? It was 22K as of Thursday. I mean, it's not bullish. There have been a lot of out-of-the-money calls sold on GME as well. So I'm going to paper trade CPI to practice trading these events, other than degen gambling. If I were to wait for confirmation, would you just follow the trend or set up a different strategy? What do you mean wait for confirmation? Like you're waiting for the print and then trying to follow the trend? I don't really know if that's not degenerate. That seems wildly degenerate. Wouldn't you take like a delta, like you take like a delta neutral positioning into the information, and then you would, shed your hedge as a trend was confirmed over time. Is there really a punishment? Say you have a cash account with 5K for options trading, you get flagged for PDT. What are the penalty if you're placed in a cash account? I mean, yeah, but you only get to do that once. 101, 4110, 0 GT, so bad, but the schizophrenic market has me gun shy. Should I keep it in the holster today or no? It's up to you. Uh, I, I, I mean, I have very little confidence in the downside. Here at 4116 above gamma neutral. Below gamma neutral, downside looks great. Or at least 4100, 4095. But if we're just gonna keep getting pumped every time we fall through resistance on futures, then not a lot's gonna fucking happen today, right? Did you see the Dalai Lama pics in news? No? Don't? Okay. He's perving on a young boy. Isn't he a religious leader? It seems in line with expectations. But there's video footage of the Dalai Lama molesting a child? That's fucking crazy. Are we sure that it's not like a Chinese deepfake so that they can like invade Taiwan or Tibet? Or both? No, he apologized? That seems insufficient. It was in public? What the fuck? The llama asked a kid to sick his tongue. The suckling never occurred, happened some time ago, and just apologized. That is one. Huh. Tongue poking is a custom in Tibet? What the fuck is tongue poking? What's the matter, llama? Got your tongue? That thing the cat lady did that really got you going last Wednesday? Oh, okay. Sticking your tongue out is a sign of respect or something? Oh. That's a weird. And the pedophilia thing's already weird, but then it just gets weirder. Yeah. Oh, thanks for letting me know that's not appropriate with little boys. 30 Sanchez. I never could have figured that out on my own. This just in from 30 Sanchez. Child molestation. Not cool. The mistakes that could have been made if you hadn't told people. You know what's weird? The price volume divergence on ES. It's a bit strange. All of today is a bit weird, actually. Hmm. Huh. Alright. I bought more Fubo. Oops. Nice. We're trying to bore us to death again, Girk. I know, I see. I'm here. I'm also here, experiencing this awfulness. Hopefully today's not one of those strange days where we have the first ever mega crash. Probably not. I like days like today for entering short-term swing trades. Nice, non-volatile entries. Can really take my time to nail it. Ugh. That's terrible. Today's awful, Stefan. Would you try to leg into a straddle today, or is it not worth it given the lack of volatility? I mean, I already have the 4100 put side. I just don't want to buy calls above gamma neutral. Something time in the market, something timing the market. Uh, I have more fun literally burning my money than watching this market. Fair enough. Ugh. Look at that huge SPX candle 4 minutes ago. This one? I hope the market does something tomorrow. There's apparently been too few bank collapses lately for it to budge. Yeah, yeah. Not enough bank failures for the market to go down. Well, that's because SPX, like, ES is doing well today, but NASDAQ's getting shit on. Is inflation debt destruction? Um, Inflation reduces the value of debt over time. So as like the price of like goods and services goes up, uh, the amount of money borrowers owe remains the same, like notionally. So the purchasing power of the inflated currency, um, this is really roundabout, but like, yeah, like the purchasing power of the inflated currency increases, right? So yes, but I don't know if it destroys enough debt to offset the like harmful effects it has on the economy. But sure, theoretically, um, that's actually a really good question. You know what? Nice. I haven't got one of those in a while. That woke me up a little bit. I accidentally shorted futures with a market order. Then I immediately realized I was on my live account and not my paper trading account. Unfortunately, I got out with 2 tick profit. That red candle was all you, actually. Thanks for turning around the trend, Verax. Well, down 50% on 2 consecutive trades on SPX. Back to paper trading for me. I even saw 20% up at one point and decided we were on track for more downs. You mean earlier today when we tested 4,100 and bounced? I'll admit that I didn't think that we were going to bounce all the way to 40.20, but there it is. Stupid bitch market. I wish I wish G would just march into TSMC and piss on the fabs like Darth Vader. That'd be a great skit. I put some print so hard, and I legit buy Pontiff, but make you go to Greece to laugh at my port. That's fine. I like Greece. They have good food. Well, you're short on futures that you exited way too soon. Um, changed everything, Verax. So thank you. Upscored seemingly moving up. Really covering? No. Upstart's just trending more illiquid, right? Like the trend is already pretty much set in its ETFs. I think it's gonna move into that higher, like, illiquid range. There's still a lot of profitability to the short side. More so now that there's been a little bit of a run here. Oh my god, a momentum backed breakdown of gamma neutral? This can't be real. Burrish? Burrishness? Capitulation? No. Support, right? I'll just find support and fucking ruin my day. I don't want to trade markets that are gamma positive. They suck. Was 10DT April 21 good enough theta for a spy straddle for playing CPI PPI? Looking to enter the put side above gamma neutral. Above gamma? We're at gamma neutral right now. April 21's okay for CPI. Maybe for PPI also. Yeah, you're probably all right with it. And you look at the tips on GME. I posted them in the fucking daily. Hold on. I don't have them open right now. It's so cool. Look, here's the ETF FTD covering. Right there. And then now they're just going short again. Can you guys see that? Do I need to... I'll zoom in even more so you can see it. ETF FTDs. Right? GME less liquid. ETF less liquid. Then shorting. Shorts. Fuck you, Hazy. Oh. Who bought futures? Fucking goddamn shills. I know you advocate in the money puts, but with Ivy this low, is June 22p a terrible idea on GME? I mean, Ivy's rock bottom, so it's not like you have to worry about it crushing out anymore, right? It's not, yeah, it's not as bad. The problem is like the if it only drops to like 20 over the entire period of time, or like 19, you're just not gonna make that much money, right? So in the money is still slightly better because at least you have full delta exposure to whatever drop occurs. $109 counterparties take 2.2 trillion at Fed reverse repo. Huh. That is the Revron Perelman, and sure, it could. I mean, if Kenny doesn't go to his deposition, then yeah, I guess that would be a contempt of court. So, which is technically a crime. Boom, Kenny crime. Wait, hold on, guys. If Kenny goes to jail for contempt of court for one night, does Super Stonk sell? Holy shit. That's the deal, right? No sell, no sell. They'll never stick to their word. Kenny's gonna have to close his shorts to make bail. uh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm not here for money. I'm here for justice, so I'll be staying for a long time. Yeah, why would you ever buy stocks to make money? What a crazy notion. There's people in here who think GM will go past 100. But Jimmy? $100? Based off what? I mean, don't worry about it, poopy hands. There's people who still think that like Melvin, whose fund has been closed for like a year now, is short like 300 times the float of GameStop. So, I mean, it's what are you going to do? Thank you for answering my earlier question. Another question. Are you concerned about Nvidia hypothetically bouncing off on either weak earnings Bad forward guidance amid the potential AI mania. For quarter one? Not particularly, no. Like, that's a narrative that could have been, that could be sold at the beginning of this year. It's going to be a lot harder to sell in a couple months. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Jamie will go bankrupt before reaching $100. I mean, I just don't see in what fucking world Jamie hits $100 a share right now. I think people don't realize that it's trading at like 140 forward PE. And like it's trading at like 5.6 times book. It's already overvalued at $22. Duh, NFT marketplace. Nothing doesn't even make enough money to report in a fucking shareholder statement. It's like barely paying Ryan Cohen's children's allowance. $140 PE. Wait, are we the Nvidia? Close. I mean, Tesla's not trading at a PE that high. Not even close. Nvidia is. Tesla's not. I don't remember what Tesla's is. It's like fucking like 50 or something like that at this price. 50, 52, 50, 52, somewhere in there. What's it at? 187? Yeah, looks like 52. I might in the future, though, to be honest, some actual good Web3 games. Maybe someday, but not anytime fucking soon. And then, competition. It's the market will get saturated. Hyper ultra inflation. Boom. Jimmy $100 a share. Also milk to $100. Jesus Christ. Romania decided to buy F-35 jets for the Romanian Air Force from the U.S. LMT killing it. It's a pretty good job, yeah. Serious question. Do you have predictions on Tesla earnings and effect on share price? No. Tesla has great accountants though. So I wouldn't underestimate their ability to obfuscate the fact that Tesla's losing money. But their deliveries were down year over year, and they've been discounting their inventory so heavily. I'm not sure that's factored in to the analyst expectations. I'm not going to bet against them for earnings, but I don't know if it'll be that great. Fundamentals are still important. I love how people who say talk about how DFV got into GME because fundamentals were important, and then out the other side of their fucking mouth, they're like, fundamentals aren't important. Look at all these other companies that are overvalued. So what? Fundamentals only matter if companies are undervalued? Fucking ridiculous. Now you get it. Stupid. I work in a big auto manufacturer. Sales are down, production being cut. Yep. Got to keep those inventory prices elevated, otherwise, all the dealerships are going to go out of business. Anecdotal data for Tesla, but I'm seeing an insane amount of Teslas in my city. Definitely more popular than Mercedes where I'm at. Not really equivalent vehicles. Teslas are far cheaper than Mercedes. Holy Jimmy shorting NVIDIA. Same like cognitive dissonance? How? They're not interrelated at all. The margin on like, because Jimmy sells NVIDIA cards, the margin on like hardware sales is super slim. What value would CPI have to come in at to result in a flat trading day? Or is that impossible? That's not impossible. Fucking Christ, really? Again? Hmm. Interesting. Oh. Check TMs when you get a chance. What do you got? Bank of America clients withdraw 2.3 billion from U.S. stocks of all sizes. Clients sold U.S. equity of all sizes Last week, pulling roughly 2.3 billion despite the relative quiet in the stock market. Last week was anything but quiet. That was the second consecutive week of outflows. B of A strategist led by Jill Carey Hall wrote on No Note Tuesday. Analysts specified the reason for withdrawal, which is evident across all client groups. selling was pronounced among institutional, retail, and hedge fund clients. I know this. Okay. Oh, RC is buying more Baba each time it falls below 100. I don't think those articles don't get published until after all the selling is close to done, aka rug to be pulled soon. Someone's got to buy their puts, right, when they go to sell them. Will we tap 40, 75, 40, 50 tomorrow? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what the CPI data is going to look like. I think it'll be heavily dependent on what the CPI data looks like. Because if the labor market is still strengthening and month over month core inflation is still going up, there's now no longer any reason to consider that the Fed is going to move forward with any course of action besides continuing to raise rates, even though they were pretty clear that they're not going to do that. The data then also points to the same thing, right? With the AI revolution, are you concerned that they will be able to image search you and figure out your real name is Chauncey and you're from Nebraska? No, I'm okay with accepting the inevitable. Isn't Arizona iced tea like $1.29 now instead of 99¢? I thought they raised the price of it when aluminum spiked. Potential dump, or we just choppity chop? It looks fucking choppy as shit. I don't know if it's gonna dump. If it dumps, I like where it could dump from. Calls are closing out really fucking slowly. 519? Oh, 519 is getting kind of bullish. Well, that's either sold or getting very bullish. Interesting. Is it possible that the current presidential administration is telling JPAD to step off? Well, they pump the markets to help win next year's presidential election, e.g., election cycle. Unlikely. Also, he doesn't have to listen to them. And if they're selling May 19 calls, interesting. New York Fed report projects current 8.7 trillion balance sheet to fall to 6 trillion by mid 2025. Okay. They're not selling May 19 calls. It's definitely bullish. Is it? I don't know about that. SPX? I need to eat something. What should I eat? I'll be right back. What time is it? 1:40? Margin calls at 2 p.m. for short squeezes. I love how fucking GME is still $22. Some GME FTDs, ETF FTDs were today, Bob. They're very low. NASDAQ is creeping up now. Nice. Fubo $1.28. NASDAQ's still down 30 BPS. Is this ES's third test of 4150 coming up? Interesting. I don't, Velvet. I probably wasn't paying attention to the things you were saying because I don't care. The prediction from 2 weeks ago on Friday for that end of day. Why GME internalized? Because no one wants to buy it. And they can. Does this upwards drift mean participants expect bullish data? Or is it more VIX manipulation? The upward drift's not necessarily indicative of any kind of expectation, nor is it, nor, like, it doesn't, hold on. First of all, there's no straddle in place in this range at all. So the upward drift is, currently nowhere near where the fucking delta neutral positioning is, which is down here. If it can mean they expect bearish data, right? But it can also just mean that they're trying to push, like, put positioning out of the money, so then bullish data causes capitulation, right? And they can ride the wave of, like, put capitulation up. So it's not necessarily indicative of anything besides people are buying futures and there's no volume. We're kind of nearing the first bullish resistance here above gamma neutral. The next one's up higher, 4130. So we'll see if this breakout is just this test and that's it. I mean, obviously volume's dropping off pretty dramatically. GFE or free ride? So you sold GME for 421, but then want to BTC same day with unsettled funds. Revived, thus no settled cash. What? I don't have any peanut butter eggs. Why would I freeze them? Freezing peanut butter is a terrible idea. Do you prefer the 30-minute or 1 hour? For what? It depends on what I'm watching. People are wanting to straddle at 4100 though for the all important print. I don't see them straddling at 4030. I mean, if the price moves up enough, they're gonna have to capitulate and move their puts up in order to straddle effectively, right? Intraday bias for 0 DTE? I mean, it's been on the bull side all day. Hmm. Interesting. I don't know if there's enough time in the day left for it to drop significantly. Although we could just open tomorrow at 4,100. Did you say gaining more ups here increases the probability chance of a post CPI sell off? No. Rally up the day before CPI, then sell off on the day. I don't think it increases the chance of it just because it happened in the past. I do want to look at tomorrow's OI though. Put Fubo up. It's not doing anything that crazy. It's up to $1.30. It really doesn't matter until it breaks like $1.50. Taiwanese Minister of Foreign Affairs Joseph Wu stated during an interview with CNN earlier today that it appears the Chinese military is preparing for war against Taiwan. TSMC puts. I already have more than enough puts on NVIDIA. If Taiwan gets invaded, NVIDIA loses the entirety of their chip manufacturing capacity, right? NVIDIA literally dropped a book value. Yeah, TSMC is their only fabricator. They don't have any fabs. No, believe it or not, just pure panic selling is pretty hard to fix. Yields up today. Ooh. 3-month back over 5%. 6-month almost over 5%. The 2 years back to 4%. The fuck? Why is the 20 up so much? Why yields pumping? Because no one's buying bonds today? If TMC has NVIDIA's only fab, why does NVIDIA continue to be in a bullish trend? I don't think NVIDIA's trend is continuing to be bullish. This is distributive. This is like a big fucking Head and Shoulders. This isn't bullish at all. This is not like a bullish continuation. So this Taiwan-China thing happened before April 21st. Thanks. What's Nvidia's book value right now? Hold on, I have to look at their financials. $8.96 a share. Yields are annualized. A 2-year does yield more than a short term because it yields over 2 years. Did you close out your SPX 0 DTE puts? No. What, for 5 cents? Why? 50 cents. Just average them down more. Is that the same exact high as our previous high? The exact same high from this morning's pre-market. Still failing to test 40-50. Volatility shares, issuer of UVIX, SVIX, has reworked its website and indicates their new inverse midterm VIX futures ETF. ZIVB will start trading next week, April 19th. All right. Do you think the massive amount of negative GEX at April 4000 for the April monthly expiration are long puts? Probably. Fire Festival 2 is in the works, you guys. Surely it won't be the disaster the first one was. Of course not. Nice, Surfa. Did you get the Vuvuzela? No. No, the pickle thing didn't come at all. SPX 4050 for tomorrow. Are only 140 a contract? Full port YOLO? That seems like a terrible idea. I didn't buy the Vuvuzela, but I bought the yodeling pickle, and Amazon failed to deliver it. What happened to this being a bear flag? I mean, it still is, right? It's just a very big one. Looks better on futures. Sorry, everyone. Jimmy not hitting $30 today. I was wrong. Please line up for handshakes. No one cares about your prediction, random guy. Make that wedge fail for the love of Frag. With a big one on futures? It's not happening. Not yet, at least. Probably a couple more days, at least, before anything significant. Although I wouldn't mind a drop to test 4050 after CPI. I'd be okay with that. Bobby up 0.0094 cents. Is this MOASS? No. Thanks, Brett. Congratulations and welcome back to Cornichon, Rocket Randall. You know, on the daily, this looks really fucking bad. Is that just me? And my bearish bias? Or does this look like absolute shit? Hmm. Like, look at the volume profile. This is ES. Hmm. Not today, though. Well, it gets easier to pump ES the lower the liquidity gets, right? Thanks, Brett. Oh, Surfa got it. Congratulations, Surfa. Welcome to Cortishan. I would have gone up with those lines, but they don't go up. But it gets rugged after hours and no options chain. Probably, yeah. Does volume fall off usually signal a reversal? Well, it's usually either a reversal or, I mean, that steep of a volume decline is usually a reversal, but I would say if it was more metered out over time, it could also signal like an accumulation phase before moving higher. But it's the trend of the volume isn't like accumulation looks like that. I can just show you. So like this is like accumulation, right? Right. This like the sloped volume trend. These are generally bearish because that's like that, right? I mean, I don't think volume's ever going to get that low, but you can kind of see that here a little bit, going into like the COVID crash. So like volume kind of drifts down, and then you get this big pump, and then it crashes. I mean, it should have broken down a bunch of times today already, but like every time it starts to break down and calls start capitulating, someone buys into futures and pumps it back up again. So like all the bullish momentum is just getting murdered by futures buying or bearish momentum. That's why Fed speakers on at 4 p.m. Yeah, notice the Fed speakers aren't really speaking during market hours right now. It's odd. It's not that it's going to pump till they can no longer pump it. It's gonna pump until they've sold everything. I don't know why RevRQ is still alive. Yeah, NVIDIA gamma neutral is at 264. Which is, I assume, the only value you care about. Ugh. What do they offload those futures to make a profit on that move? Soon-ish. I don't know. Next. I still kind of think like next 4 to 6 days. Are you not concerned about your Fubo May 19 $1 CC getting assigned? I don't have any Fubo CCs open right now. I don't think. No. I have CSPs open. No, I don't think so. Do I have any on here? I don't have any on here either. I have CSPs open, but I don't have any. I don't think I have any CCs open on Fubo right now. I had 150s open after January when it ran up. Or ones? Maybe I opened ones then. But those, I don't think those were May 19. Those were like April, I think April 21. Maybe that was Express. I have some $1 covered calls open on Express. I think that's the only other stock I own that's $1. We would do a straddle on SPY for tomorrow's data and meeting. What kind of theta are you targeting? I'm gonna try for like 14 DTE, I think. Tonight. Well, I'll probably just go with the 21st since that's where my puts are open. Hmm. Does it even make sense to even try buying a put for SPX 4120, 424? Is it too high of a risk even with SLD in case the data comes in bullish for CPI and PPI? And you could always just close it. You're spending a lot of money to buy it at the money, but I mean, if data came in bullish, it's not like, you know, SPX is ready to just rocket to 4200, right? Like you'd have time to close it. You'd take a loss, but I'm gonna see if my food's ready. One second. Ugh. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna buy calls here at 4120. God, that's such a shitty strangle. Hmm. I wonder if I could just hedge the upside with futures. Just go ES for like 41.50, and then if it dumps overnight, I can sell, or at least I'll have a stop overnight. Is 2 burritos excessive for lunch? Yeah. What brokerage do you use for futures? Ninja Trader or IBKR? What's causing the nonstop ES futures pumping? People buying it. The market's super fucking illiquid right now. So it doesn't take a whole lot of futures buying to push prices up. It's just the profitability of positions taken now isn't very, very high. Or, well, the potential profitability of those positions isn't very high. Hmm. I grab the put side of what's now going to be my strangle at 408, 420. Would you consider grabbing call side with closer expiry to have a tighter strangle? Or is a wider spread, less theta better? Hmm. Hmm. I'd probably want the same amount of theta on both legs. Although if you're going to grab the call side like at the money, You could get away with a little less. Gork, how did you know you should buy calls now? What do you mean? Oh, it just looked like it was going to pump again on futures. Too many consecutive red candles. Can't have that happen. There was like almost 4 in a row. It went up as soon as you bought it. Well, it wasn't from me buying it. Let me tell you that. Unless the market really is that illiquid. Hmm. Straddling at the end of the day where we close. Maybe. I can roll the puts up, I guess. Let's see if we test 41.25. No, market crashes are never inevitable. It's funny that all the things that have been driving the market the last like 2 weeks are all down today. Like Microsoft's down 2%, Nvidia's down 0.76, Google's down 0.5, Amazon's down 2%, AMD's down 1.2%. FUBO holding NASDAQ up. And IWM is just not that big, right? It's not that big of an index. Dow's big. And Dow's doing all right today. I mean, like, cat's up and oil's up, and that helps S&P a bit. Oil up a lot. Oil's up 220 basis points. I don't know. Float Dow. Like this becomes really unsustainable without the big mega caps moving, right? Like, this isn't exactly how they do it, but here's like an example, right? So you sell like huge bear spreads or bull spreads across like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, Tesla. And that drives their prices higher, right? Which then in turn forces ETFs to come out and buy them at a premium, which then raises their prices even more, which drives up the drives up like NQ and ES, right? And then, once the indexes start pulling up hard, you can start selling these, right? So you can sell your underlying ownership. Because the cyclical buying from ETFs will continue to prop the price up. So each day as those climb higher, the ETFs buy more. Well, they have to. They have to maintain like a equal ratio of weight to the index they track against their NAV, right? But then you start closing the spreads, and then these start coming down. ETFs continue to hold up, and then eventually once ETFs start selling, then the indexes come down. But we already have NASDAQ coming down, right? Was there a specific date all of the pumping options are dated for? April, May, June. I would say the May expiration right now is the highest concentration of options, like May OPEX. June's probably the second highest. It's quad witching, but it's still really far away. Never saw the underlying, only the options. Yeah, I mean they can then buy puts, right? Which they can exercise whenever. Same like when they dump shares while retail supports on a meme ticker. Kind of, except a much more massive scale. Across the whole gamut of stocks, really? Ha! It's gam in it. Yeah, I heard about Lucy today. C-Mill was talking about it earlier. Yeah, SPY volume's almost non-existent, right? SPY volume's its lowest since November 25th. And before that, November 11th, 21. That's 45. Yeah. Half days? Yeah. Fuck, that's low, man. 50% of its 10-day moving average at like yesterday and the day before were really low. What would have to happen this week's data reports to see a pump up to 4120? We're already trading at 4120. We're trading at 4122. What do you think of May 19 SPY 380s? They're kind of far out of the money. You're really banking on a lot of breakdown. I mean, farther dated like SPY and SPX puts are nice right now because they have, you know, pretty high vega and volatility is really low. But at the same time, man, that's really far out of the money. 4,200? It'd have to be pretty bullish. We'd have to see core fall. Core fall and headline fall month over month. It's not really a stop loss hunt, right? It's so all major fund flow right now is pretty much going into like bonds, oil, reverse repo. The reverse repo's skyrocketing. This is the fourth, I think it's the fourth day in a row that bond futures are down. And NASDAQ's slipping, but SPY's, like, S&P's holding strong. Oil's going up, dollar's going down. Like, none of these are really bullish signals. Money market flows up like 2 trillion in the last 2 weeks. I mean, reverse repo is irrelevant in its context to GameStop, right? But it's very relevant when you're looking at like the macro of the market. All right, April 21 is your furthest dated SPX puts. For now. I kind of want to see if we break above. If we break above 41.25 again, I'm gonna probably pick up like May and June puts. Five minutes, and this has to go somewhere. Does it? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use this to roll my 4100s up. So my calls are up, and now I can roll the 4100s up. Oh, it's fucking expensive. I wish I'd closed the call side of the straddle $5 higher. All right. See if I get a fill, I guess. Too many red candles again. I know, I set a limit, like a little bit out of the money. Here's a big buy on ES. 3, 2, 1. Oh, because 3 red candles. Yeah. I mean, someone blinked today a little bit, right? When NASDAQ dropped like 30 BPS. I'm just gonna buy them. Alright. I'm gonna fucking hate this tomorrow if we fucking open at 4,100. Yeah, today's really fucking boring. It's rough. It's interesting because, like, this kind of price action really disincentivizes intraday trading, right? Yeah, we still have so much zero DTE trading going on. Like, this is very, like, a very narrow channel. It's not wildly profitable for zero DTEs, right? Even if they're actively trading. Like, you have to buy them and hold them, which no one wants to do at zero DTEs. And then, like, the range of movement in the channel is very narrow. What's up, Ben? Took a breather, reassessed, decided I could go for a second burrito. All right, best of luck, man. Yes, about to do a 10-point drop. Maybe. Really just still completely unable to gain a foothold above 4,150. Give me 1 second. Good morning, my dudes. Happy 3 p.m. to you, Trash Dan. Tomorrow's CPI data is going to be flat. We're going to open at 4,105, close at 4,110. Don't say these things to me. I sold all my zero DT puts. Now we're going back to 4,100. Ugh. That would be quite the sell-off into close. We need some DIY home maintenance advice. Why do you think I'd be the person to answer that? What's the best way to clean a painted indoor wall covered in years of carbon monoxide yellowing from cooking coals? Where the fuck do you live? Why are people cooking with coal inside their home? I mean, soap and water, but you probably just want to paint over that shit. Are puts coming in for the end of day drop? Let's find out. A little bit, but not enough. Well, maybe enough. Huh. A dog keeps farting. It's horrid. I'm sorry to hear that. No problem, Tatzel. Indoor barbecue's the bomb. My wife had a question about my Discord group Swingers Club. What did you want to know? If this is a lead into a bullet swap question, I'm going to throttle you. Can you talk a little bit about where you are seeing, what you are seeing, and the farther dated SPX positioning? There's a shitload of call interest on May 19th, but I don't know if it's bought or sold. And a lot of that came in today. But we haven't been moving up like it's bought, right? If there were bought calls, they would have accelerated our price action far more than what we saw. So I think they're sold, at least for now. I mean, I'll find out when I get more data after close, but um, we're still trading in the upper range of today's like 0 DTE call positioning. And below the upside resistance on SPX at 125. It was like 125.81, which was like our big resistance from back in February. Or 41.25.81. Okay. If CPI comes in hot tomorrow, do you expect BTC to tank? No. That depends. It depends on how hot CPI comes in. If it comes in hot enough that like institutions start to risk off, then yeah, BTC will fucking crumble. But if it's just like a little bit hot, or is, you know, like we just get that inflation inversion where a core moves over headline, that might not be enough by itself. Cleveland Fed's been pretty fucking spot on with core, and they say 4.7. 4.7 is going to be, or 5.7. 5.7 would be pretty bearish. Use TSP. If you try to paint over sig smoke, it'll just come through. Gorg, if you need pocket sand for protection while walking the streets of New York City at night, let me know. Pocket sand? Is this sand that you fling at a potential attacker? Neutral CPI, puts capitulate again, 41.50, profit taking into bank earnings. I can see that. Next week, Sam, like best SLD ever. I hope so. Consensus is 5.6 for core. Yeah, I know. Cleveland Fed came in over consensus by 1 point.
But inflation swaps are pricing headline at 5.1. And I think the consensus is what, 5.3? It's an interesting mix. That's year over year, I think. Is that month over month or year over year? Hold on, I have to look. Yeah, headline year over year. $5.64. Hold on. The April 23 core CPI plus 0.46, which is above the analyst's estimate. Which one are you looking at? They're rounded up. I put some more for QQQ than SPY now. Probably. Oh shit. Did you make profit today on SPX? No. Well, no. No. It depends what happens here, but probably not. I made money on closing the long side of my straddle at like this morning, but then I lost it all rolling up the put leg to 41.20. If the or SPX falls below 41.15 before the end of day, I'll make like a little bit of money on it. I said 41.15. If it falls below 41.05, I'll make a lot of money on it. But then I have to roll the fucking calls back down. So I'll lose it all again. I know you say crashes are unlikely, but there's almost nothing propping this market up. If anything sells off largely. I know. That doesn't mean it'll crash. It can just steeply correct. I mean, honestly, we should have crashed in, like, June of last year. That was the closest we came. But bears started giving up really early. What's a steep correction from this level? 10%? 3,600? 3,700? 3,600? You think FOMC meeting? It's not a meeting. It's just the minutes release. We get the dot plot, which is moderately important, but yeah, it's not. It's just a reiteration of what Powell said at the last actual meeting. Oh yeah, I remember that. We totally almost crashed. Yep. All I want for my birthday is SPX 3600. Is that too much to ask? My birthday is in 3 weeks. I don't know. If banks shit the bed or their earnings indicate that they're like the major banks are at risk, probably. It's a lot of fucking hopium though. Need to run, but holding my 41.15s into the ground today. So I say if we rally, F Posty, and if we crash, you can also say fuck Posty. Love you and get some sun after this pickle jar. Thanks, Posty. Odds of SPX closing below 41.20, or is that support now? I don't know. We'll see if we get more sell-offs. There's still 45 minutes left. Jimmy's $16 CSP is too conservative or just right? Is this really the best timing for them? When does Powell release the regional bank info from that emergency Fed meeting? A couple days, I think, right? It was supposed to be a month. I can't remember. Was it a month or was it like some obscene amount of time, like 90 days or some shit? What happened last June to cause the major sell-off? Inflation was way the fuck up. May 1st? Okay. I mean, the war started in Feb. I remember the VIX was at like 32. Yeah, it went up hard. We started like gapping down overnight, like all the like normal crash shit. I think we went down. Fuck, that one was crazy. Yeah, from June 3rd to June 21st, 17th, we went down 1,323 basis points. This is more ES pump nonsense. Yeah, another test of 4150. Used car prices are going to come in hot tomorrow. That's kind of the one thing I really don't know how it's going to affect. So, yeah, used car prices are up quite a bit. They're up, I think they were negative and moved up to like, was it 4, 3 or 4%? I can't remember the exact value, but the only issue there, though, is since they changed the seasonal weighting. Remember when they revised December? Was it December? Yeah. So because they changed the seasonal weighting, used cars aren't weighted as heavily anymore. So on the last report, used cars were deflationary. On this report, they're going to be inflationary, but they're not as heavily weighted. Housing is up, and housing services are both up, right? So, like core costs are still rising. Energy was mostly flat, like oil at like 76, 74 to like 78 a barrel through most of the last month. So oil's like the effect of energy on headlines probably going to be really minimal. No, rents aren't fucking dropping. Those are reports from like Zillow, and they're biased as fuck. Rents are just dropping in like the least desirable cities to live in the U.S. Food was on the PCE report. Food was up. Could it be argued that the Fed is pushing for a crash, though, should inflation persist? I mean, I think if the Fed slips, they have to react. So, right now, monetary policy is having some effect. But if inflation rises too quickly or gets hot too fast, they're going to have to react quickly. And yeah, they'll probably have to abandon any idea of a soft landing. I mean, I think they already have, but I don't like seeing articles coming out saying another 45% downside on indices. That's a bit extreme. It makes me think we're only going up. That's GameStop taught you that. If you look at the broader swath of news right now, it's very divided, right? There's bulls and bears. It's kind of an equal mix of both. I know housing was up. Housing's up this month too. They change it seasonally. Yeah, there's a legitimate reason because they want a more accurate picture of inflationary costs, right? Should buy a house or rent forever? I don't know if I'd rent forever, but I mean, I'm fine renting. I have a house and I still rent an apartment. I wouldn't buy real estate as an investment. Not unless I was like old and I needed somewhere to live. Does the median bear match the median bull in your calculation? There's always more bulls than bears. I think we'd test the bottom before the end of the year. I could agree with that. I think this year will be the worst year for the markets into the recession. But if nobody's gonna recognize that there's a recession going on, and all of the data is just gonna simply be fucking ignored, um, then the question becomes like, how long is this just gonna continue until there is a realization, right? It's just empty. No one lives there. Like winterized it. But yeah, it's just empty. Do you check for squatters? It's like a private gated community. I don't think I need to worry about it. They have like security and stuff. What's to stop them from pumping away and detaching underlying realistic value? Well, the money's not there for one thing, right? The money's all tied up in RRP and buying into the bond market, right? So you can only float something like this on margin for so long. There's no There's no like capital flow into equities, right? And that's probably the most bearish thing, right? Is all the money is going other places. So the only money going into equities is into derivatives. But I mean, fortunately, equities are illiquid enough right now due to quantitative tightening that you only need derivatives, right? The tail the tail wags the dog in this scenario. New York only requires 30 days to be a legal tenant. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. The house, first of all, they'd have to break into the house. It's locked. It has an alarm system, which is functional. So I would have gotten like a notification if someone broke in. It's not locked. I tried. How much upside can you see here? Straddling here feels bad. I agree. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm straddled nonetheless. I'm really not worried about squatters getting into the house. So hypothetically, if I had experience breaking into houses, then yours would be a convenient place to squat in. Sure. As long as you can make it through New York winter with no heat. Or electricity or running water. That's what the cooking coals are for? Any chance your homie will offer to get it back someday? I don't know. I kind of was just hoping he was going to pay me my money back. Now I have to pay taxes on this fucking house in Long Island. Ridiculous. I'll build a fire on the kitchen tile. I have lots of down during the winter months anyway. I'll be fine. What the fuck kind of neighborhood do you think this house is in? Where squatters are tapping the fucking power lines. This is America. That you might be able to get away with that kind of shit in Oklahoma. Trash, but I'm put heavy going into tomorrow. Not a lot, but a little. I'm not gonna burn the fucking house down to collect the insurance. Did you address the $200 price on Nvidia after hours? Well, it wasn't real, was it? You have to hold it for 2 years, I think, or a year to not pay capital gains. I'm absolutely not going to check for squatters tonight. Like the streamo, please. Thanks, Ending. All your precious copper might be gone. That's okay, I'm long copper. Hedged. Send Walken to check for squatters. He's a black belt MMA champion. Interesting. Thoughts on the CPI report? I think month over month core is going to be flat, maybe slightly up. Headline's going to be down. Month over month headline might be flat. Could be down 1 point. Don't you need to live in the house for 2 years to avoid cap gains? I don't know. Do you? Can I just say I live there and then not live there? Who the fuck's checking? It's okay. The squatters are there, right? So I don't need to worry about it. Well, if I have to live in the fucking house, I'll just go live in it. But that's bullshit. Don't you only have to live in your primary residence like 3 months out of the year? You're conflating tax laws. I'm not an accountant. I'll ask my accountant. If I show up to the house and there's squatters inside the house, can't I just drag them out, throw them in the front yard, and then call the police? And be like, these people are trying to break into my house. That fire in the kitchen is mine. Ignore it. Not New York, you'll end up paying for their living expenses. I'll just give the cops like a few $1,000s and be like, get them the fuck out and say nothing. It's New York. Thanks, man. I appreciate you not ratting me out for the kitchen fire. Throw pocket sand at them. It's all the rage. Girk, please don't kick me out. I'll pay for Dillionaire, but I love this house. I'm just gonna let the whole pickle jar move in with them if they're squatters. They'll be gone in no time. Yeah, it's really far away. It's like a 2-hour drive into the city. What a weird country we live in where you can have them legally forcibly removed. BOJ may end yield curve control by September? Fuck. Nice. Oh, looks like I can close my long on Nikkei in August. Just look this up. New York City law. It's not in New York City. Removing a squatter without judicial action is prohibited, especially property owners. Did you miss the part where I said you just call the cops, slip them a few $1,000s, and tell them to get the fucking squatters out of your house? This is America. If you can't bribe public officials in America anymore, I don't want to fucking live here anymore. Ken Griffin has entered the chat. Yeah, you think Ken Griffin gives a fuck if there's squatters sneaking into his house? He just buys a new Humvee for the Chicago police and is like, get him out. It's easy. Ken chases them out with a bedpost. What else are you supposed to do with your wealth if not bribe the government? Exactly. I thought that's what making money was all about. Is this where they drop it after the puts have bled out? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. That's on Tupperware. Sounds like it may go out of business. My grandma owns some. They didn't really plan a lot of obsolescence into their product. Not let anybody squat in my house. Ridiculous. Thank you, Plunge Protection Team. Great work. I don't think ES is done selling off. This is the most volume we've had all day. Hey, Gork, my landlord's about to have me forcibly evicted. Well, technically, I'm not a tenant per se, but that's besides the point. How many ice cream sandwiches should I offer him to back off? At least one box. A slip of $5 under your apartment door for rent every month? It's technically not squatting. You can't make the police kick me out. I know my rights. We should check the zoning laws. We could turn that house into a Wendy's. No. I'll install one of the doorbells. I'll have a guy go there and put one in. What Ring, right? They're called Ring. Is that what it is? The one that like you look at on your phone, and then all you guys can stop worrying about squatters. Fuck, Dork, are we gonna bust through gamma neutral right now? 69 dislikes. I have a question about bidets. Do they work the same for centaurs, or is it wall mounted? Do you just back up, or is it a straddle? They're wall mounted. Squatters are a irrational fear of homeowners. Yeah, apparently. What's your target range for gold? Like, I don't know. We'll see what it gets up to. This thing has burned out the upside hedge, right? You'd think so, but has it? They hang out in the woods, Cobra. You need to install a Wendy's dumpster in your front yard, and then your house is a prime location for Dan work. The Danshin will be world renowned. It's not a mansion. Like the old bulls are not buying more. That's true. They're primarily becoming sellers. You're welcome. I bought a 411C 0 DT at the top. You really thought it was gonna go higher? That's some fucking absurd bullishness. Why do you get so bullish at the top of the day? You're like, oh, this is it. This is the 12th test of the high, the intraday high. I'm going long as fuck. Like, I mean, I like the contrarian betting. I don't know what I'm doing. Fair enough. Man, longside profitability is getting fucking demolished right now. Are these just call sellers now? These aren't even like. This has nothing to do with puts. Longside profitability has dropped 23% in the last fucking 20 minutes. Profitability does tend to go away when the index goes straight down. At least something interesting came out of this fucking boring shit show. How is VIX not at fucking 19 yet? What a scam. Fuck that guy. Destroy him. This is a sell off like a real one. How strange. I know. I guess someone owns those 4,100 puts and they want them in near the money. Holy fucking shit. Oh, VIX over 19. Finally. Chinese live fire rounds landing in Taiwan territory ocean. Would they just attack them already so my NVIDIA puts will print? Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm sorry for the Taiwanese people. Is it too soon? It hasn't happened yet. If anything, I'm ahead of the curve. Fucking superpower government spending hundreds of millions of dollars to just like dance around in their military outfits. Put up or shut up. Uh-oh, I heard China's within 200 miles of Taiwan. It's 160 kilometers away from Taiwan. Do you just know that factoid off the top of your head? Yes? Chinese soldiers sighted 165 kilometers from Taiwan. Jesus fucking Christ. that's good enough. Eskimo Vapor, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. I rolled the calls down to 4110. The market hasn't consistently sold off for more than like 20 minutes. Alex, relax. SPY trades like no notional value change on these big drops in SPX. What can I play when my broker doesn't do SPX options, only options on SPX futures? You mean ES futures? You could trade futures. You need to have much tighter risk management for them, but June 16th, upstart 20C, good entry. What? It's up right now. Why would you fucking whatever? I mean, if you want to, I don't care. Nvidia headed for sub 270 tomorrow. Maybe. Dang dang. Well, that was a lot of time for the fucking market to move down 6 cents over the course of the day. That was some very violent sideways shit. Although VIX going into tomorrow, elevated like it should be. Jimmy relatively flat on the day. Selling off a bit into close. What? Up 32 cents. Still in the 250, 260 range. More ETF FTDs due tomorrow than were due today on GME, but only by like, I think it's like 50,000. Everyone's carrying on about Upstart. Upstart's on Reg Show still, right? So probably just buying into the sell-off, right? Dumping their internalization when they have the opportunity. If the market's dumping and they're still heavily internalized, you're gonna get like a small pump, right? Until they net off that internalization, and then once it's netted off, the positive beta will take over, right? So yeah, on a short, rapid drop like this, you can expect it to either stagnate, which is something we've seen on GME in the past when GME is heavily internalized and the market tanks and then GME just sits there, right? You've all seen this, and I know you have. That's kind of the effect of that. Sometimes, and lately, we've been seeing GME rise a little bit when the market tanks. Same thing, right? They're just netting out obligations against the active fund pressure. If the sell-off persists, then you will see downside. Nice guy who's bored. Congratulations. Wow, I can't believe we just sat 7.5 hours through that. Well, at least I did. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll see you for the CPI print in the morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.